What up, what up, what up, what up? Hello, what is going on? How is everyone? What is up? How is your day? Hope it's swell, boys. Feeling great. Oh, sorry, I had to make some last minute root beer vape juice. Didn't realize I ran out. But don't worry, we're stocked now, boys. Yeah, I'm 1 minute early. Sorry, you guys got here way early. You got here before the host even, dude. What up? Bro, okay, Black Death has a whole album just called Cat Dad's Homework, and it's 4 songs that I need to put verses on. He just sent one that Mac made a special beat for. Boys, you're in for a treat. I don't have it today. It's not ready for today, but something to look forward to. Next episode is episode 369, bitch. 369. So maybe then. We'll see. What should we do for episode 369? Yeah, future ice cream. Yeah, I made some sarsaparilla. Let's prank call Aunt Deb. Ooh, that would be joyous. We'll prank call Deb. We'll prank call Paul. We'll prank call everyone. All right, dudes. Let's get going. Dude, Black Death's verse on that track is so sick. Black Death changed his name to War Boner. Grave Gotti. Oh my gosh. All right, here we go. Ready? Gonna go feed Squeaks. BRB. You are a fed cuck.
Who the fuck is Mike? Who the fuck is Paul? Who the fuck is Kathy? Trauma Max to solve. What the fuck is true? What the fuck is false? Snake eats his tail. Rats in the house. Federal Bureau of Insta-Cucks instigating us to fight. But we caught on now, boys, and guess what? We gon' be alright once Paul comes on stream and whistle blows away the night. Time to tattletale on all these raw child bitches. They ain't got no right to be playing sides while peddling lies with their covered eyes trying to terrorize. Bunch of fake ass false flag fallacies, like that bombing in OKC, like that shooting at Pulse, baby, like that siege at Waco, please, like them bombing the Boston streets, like them towers in NYC. Like I bet the crucifixion of Jesus was fucking a false flag at this point, right? Did he just get kirked? Was he a dick like Charlie Kirk? Just playing. We're tweeting and twitting, banging away on our no-scope 360s. Like Tyler Robinson. Hey, Paul, where'd he go? He's gone like Paul Weisopel. He's not available, but pick up Chump and give me a call.
We're just laughing at you and laughing at you. No more tears for this shit, laughing at you. We don't have any more tears for this shit. We just be laughing at you.
How many cats you got, Paul? If it's less than 3, then you a bitch. You know cat having ass loser. We know you ain't Curtis Sliwa rich.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Trauma Max is on the trauma locked it up. We all worship all time because about we gon' be in right back. I don't even really wanna fight, but I can't get away. Cause the little kids for the fake and federal drugs in her pussies. Not 10 make really no, there's no way that's true. You and me and our food might make me puke, but we gon' be alright, dude. Paul is here, no scope 360s. Hello, call me a creep, play those with me, yeah. Play those with me, can't do it for me. Thought it was the best good guy until I watched about kick the spot. Like, okay, see you in this drop.
Who the fuck is Mike? Just another rat. Theodore's a cuck, both can suck my ass. I'm in bed with a pressure cooker. Press the FBI made Aunt Deb their pusher. Paul's the good neighbor, she made him beg for sugar. Never paid for crime, least he pays for hookers. McVeigh's alive, hiding in caves with Elvis. Kathy was who he was raising hell with. Meet the mall walkers, one of them's a revenge killer. Died before I meet the parents, guess I never been still. Attacks my corpse, reverse sticks accepts crypto. Back for war, stop that shit, Pepto-Bismol. Paul's the new Jesus, we're hoping you were honest. I'm Tim's brother, Tommy McVeigh, bombing away. Ironic, you hear the explosives in the closet when every agency with 3 3 letters is honestly gay. Paul, release the data, or we'll come work every job in Mesquite, Nevada. Black cat crossing underneath the ladder. Late American terrorist with a leaking bladder. I'll piss on your wall for fries and have an awesome time matters. Bombing was outshined by Columbine. Listen, no indication about you, but still dumb. How are you aiming for feds, but still killed none? Slack-jaw Timmy did it all for bragging rights, but still no kid died in OKC. And the adults were probably all sacrificed. I was hungry for the truth. Heard one speech by Kathy Sanders and lost my appetite. Paul, what you gonna do when you dig up the empty grave? Dance for us, Paul. Grace the empty stage. Father time coming. The old guy about to die in his bed. Kathy's grandkids never die. I bet they both got hired as feds. Half-circus chance everywhere we look. Admire the head. I swear sometimes I feel so tired I'm dead.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hey, Paul.
Our cities that we occupy, the ruins of a past people that they are hastily destroying in real time. Everywhere I go, the destruction of the old brick buildings. Yes, many of them have been deemed historical, and even that seems silly to me. Why historical? I mean, it's only 100 or 200 years ago. It's not even that long ago.
I see myself in the silhouette of the sunset. Still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother. Impressed by collapsed bunk beds. But this cut's never gonna heal. If I keep investigating the cause, it'll just increase the infection rate. When it's left to wait in the gauze, press play and then press pause. I'll find my place where I left off against all betting odds. In one ear and out the other. Either way, it's a headshot. I'll keep my head high when it gets dark, but never better off, just dead and gone. Don't give a fuck what they tell the cops and fellow ops. They can just let them watch. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took.
I'm recursive cat dad model version number 420-69. Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust. Seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's time to self-destruct. Me and my stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenities. And our Uncle Paul the domestic terrorist and Aunt Deb the local lot lizard hussy. It's very simple, give us back what you took, we just want our memory.
The great fire of every city.
We should do a little John meditation later. Yeah, let's do a little John meditation.
It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took. The great fire of every city still was not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took. My war paint is
lead-based.
Till it's in your face like a head case. But you'll never save the day till you learn to meditate in place. Never raise the stakes or make the same mistakes. Go Idaho and leave them all in a
Vegetative state.
Pagans infiltrated the jail snakes. Will have you praying to make bail. No choice other than to save self. Escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. I sat on the edge till I jumped off. I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk. Gladly invest in some bump stocks. Great fire of every city. Still is not caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took.
Yeah, I don't think. No, we haven't sent John Levi the track yet. All right, boys, what up? What up? Welcome to the frickin' show. How are you doing? Hope you're ready to go. Hey, let's check in on our girl Nancy Guthrie real quick. I can't believe a news anchor's killed her mom and is pretending like someone kidnapped her.
Continuing our coverage of the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Savannah Guthrie. I want to bring in Anna Schechter back.
Everyone having a good day? Hope so. Lil Jon has a whole guided meditation album? No way. War boner can't be contained.
Heard this press conference in Pima County from the sheriff and also from the FBI. We know the FBI is throwing everything at this as well. Some new
you know that means nothing.
Information involving the timeline and who police have talked to. What did they reveal that stuck out to you?
I have Nancy Guthrie in my basement. At Feds, come check my basement. Jokes,
Well,
Feds.
an Uber
I don't have a basement.
driver drove Nancy Guthrie to her daughter's home around 5:30, and so they've interviewed that Uber driver. That was some new information. They also talked about the people who work at the home taking care of the pool and the garden. Those people were interviewed. They have such a wide net because they haven't zeroed in on anyone. So this is really difficult. They were saying,
Bro, they have all the resources of the FBI. This old lady was stolen from her Ring camera home in a Ring camera neighborhood. Nothing. They all had cell phones, I'm sure. That didn't work. Palantir is using all Wi-Fi to track everything in your house. That didn't work. They sent literal ransom notes to TMZ and like 3 other news stations, and they can't trace it. They got the best and the brightest at the FBI, really? I'm sorry, but it doesn't feel like it, bro. How long has it been? It's been like 5 days, 7 days, and they can't find this old biddy? This poor old lady, she needs her fucking diabetes medication. What the fuck?
essentially,
She's in Valhalla too, sitting next to Charlie Kirk, wondering when her daughter's gonna come pick her up from the cafeteria. Her dementia medication isn't there, so she's kind of losing it.
no one is a suspect, and so they have to operate like everyone is.
Yeah, after 48 hours, I've seen 48 hours. This lady dead. You're not alive after 48 hours unless you're fucking Elizabeth Smart, dude.
Suspect.
And the information, obviously, that is very chilling for all of us.
Yeah, how much do you think Savannah Guthrie's getting paid by this? Or she's getting paid in child blood? She's getting paid in that chrome. What did the war boys say in Mad Max? What do they do when they spray their face with the spray paint in their mouth? I forget. They talk about Valhalla, right? Warboy Valhalla? Fuck yeah, dude.
Although it is all chilling, is this ransom note that they're taking seriously that was given to other media that the family was notified about earlier in the week. And it includes a monetary demand and a deadline of 5 p.m. tonight.
That's right, and that
Tonight?
is key.
How much money? Did we see this letter yet? I want to see this ransom note.
And I think that is likely why
What did they send a fucking text? They sent TMZ a text?
they went out.
Witness me! They're always like chrome and something, right?
Publicly last night with that family video because the deadline was fast approaching. It was the night before the deadline.
Wait, you've seen the ransom? We have seen the ransom note? Wait, now hold on. Now this is a imposter? Individual has been arrested and accused of falsifying a ransom note connected to Nancy Guthrie's disappearance.
All right, everybody, in a story that grows more dire by the day, we have new details that we are learning in the disappearance of...
Dire for who? I don't care. Why does anyone care about this? Because she's a news anchor? Honestly, I don't care. Don't care. Pay the ransom. What are we supposed to do about it? Right? Why do I care? Shiny and chrome, is that what they say? Hell yeah. Yeah, we're riding shiny and chrome into Valhalla. Into Valhalla. Witness me! Dude, that movie is so kick-ass.
Nancy Guthrie, the mother of...
I even kind of liked the... It was a Mad Max movie, but it was with Anna Taylor-Joy or whatever.
Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie,
that was
the Pima
decent.
County Sheriff's Office,
It
just
was
giving
fun,
us an
minus all the CGI shit. Like, the coolest thing about Mad Max is you could tell it was all done, for the most part, done practically. But then the new thing, it's all fucking CGI, fucking blue screen backgrounds, all this fake shit.
update.
I'm done with fake shit. Give me miniatures. Give me models. I like that shit. Give me forced perspective. Give me what else? What are some other camera tricks that we like? I don't care. I'm so done with the CGI. In all aspects. I'm sick of AI, Jeffrey Epstein videos. I'm sick of fucking all this fake-ass Marvel shit. All these rubbery-ass bodies moving around. Over it.
Investigation. A few very big headlines coming out of that, including there are no leads or suspects, but they are working around the clock. Another lead is that they are saying that they have a ransom note that was given to the media. They are taking it seriously, and there was a deadline of today, 5 o'clock, for a monetary transfer, and that next deadline.
Yeah, you're saying they probably can't release the ransom note because it's AI generated. They didn't remove the bullet points. Yeah, or the fucking double hyphenate, you know? It starts with, did you know that this is actually not that?
Is Monday, and I have chills even saying that because this is so unfathomable. I know for everybody.
Why is this I don't care. Dude, they're not even like, I feel like they should be, this is unfathomable and like hammering that this is supposedly done because Savannah Guthrie interviewed an Epstein survivor. And what fucking came of that? What happened? You know what I mean? Like, they just keep, oh, Savannah Guthrie's mom was taken. Who cares? Why should I give a fuck? Truly, right? There's way bigger problems than some 90-year-old lady dying in someone's basement. Some rich 90-year-old lady. I don't care about her. I'm sorry. Why didn't they kidnap Savannah Guthrie? No one would care about that, let alone her mother.
Terrible, terrible story.
No, it's
terrible
fine, honestly. I wish more rich people had their families kidnapped. It's just a wish. Why should I care about this? We have real problems. We don't have ransom note problems. Sorry, don't care. Ransom note. Grow up.
There in Tucson.
Pay the ransom and move on.
The sheriff did say we believe Nancy is out there, and he also confirmed that blood that was found near the front door of her home at Catalina Foothills did come back as belonging to her, to Nancy.
Did Savannah Guthrie release any more video evidence for us to analyze? Because I really hope she's as prolific as Erica, dude. If she's entering into the ring right now, if she's coming into the fucking gauntlet, she better be ready to play, dude. I need constant check-ins from her. I need her making posts every day. I need her digging her hole deeper and deeper. Her hole right next to her mother, the hole she dug in her backyard where her mother currently resides.
Let's go ahead and show you a timeline here, hour by hour, of the events that led up to her disappearance.
A metaphorical hole, you know, for her lies. Next to the real hole that she dug for her mother, who she probably killed, allegedly, in my opinion. Or her dad did it or something. I don't know what's going on here. I just know this old lady was not kidnapped. For Savannah Guthrie money? Why? If you're going to kidnap someone, I mean, kidnap Barron Trump, right? Savannah Guthrie's... Not Savannah Guthrie. Her mother. Sorry.
Appearance. So Saturday night, 5:32 p.m., Nancy goes to one of her daughter's homes for dinner and games. 9:45 p.m. she goes home. The garage opens at 9:48 and closes.
So the last people that she saw was one of her daughters playing game night. How heated was game night? Were you guys playing Monopoly by chance? Did someone, namely Savannah Guthrie, get a little mad? Did she throw a heavy vase at dear Mother Nancy's head? I'm sorry, but the last people she was hanging out with was one of her kids. Just saying. Aren't the statistics on this like the person who killed you is like 98% your family who last hung out with you?
Is at 9:50. Presumably, Nancy is inside getting ready for bed. 1:47 a.m. The doorbell camera disconnects. 2:12 a.m. Software detects a person on that camera, but no videos.
What do you mean the doorbell camera disconnects? No video available, no subscription. What the fuck does this mean? Her pacemaker app disconnects from her phone? What are you talking about? All this digital activity and you don't know who the fuck did it? What's the point of all this surveillance then?
Available because there was no subscription. It just rewrites itself.
I mean, dude, she had a doorbell camera. End of discussion. What are we doing here? What do you mean you don't have it? Oh, someone just hacked into her app? What are you talking about? Get Ring to look at it then. Ring would have the footage. What are you talking about?
We're going to ask Anna a little bit more about that in a minute. Anna Schechter. 2:28.
Yeah. Software detects a person on camera, but it's disconnected. Shut the fuck. How dumb do you think we are?
On the pacemaker app shows a disconnection from her phone. At 11:56 that Sunday, the family checks on Nancy because remember someone from church had said she didn't show up. They discover she's missing, and just within minutes, 12:03 p.m., 911 is called. Within minutes of that, we have authorities arriving at the home, including canines, etc. We know that authorities have been calling pharmacies. They've been showing up to hospitals. And we also know that that ransom note that officials are taking very seriously included information about an Apple Watch and a floodlight at the home.
Oh, Ray, I hit the disclaimer. Of course, I can wish for rich families to be kidnapped more often. It's not like I want... I'm just saying if the circumstances allowed it, I wouldn't be upset. I don't want anyone to. Definitely not anyone that I know, because you'd get in trouble. I don't want anyone I know to get in trouble. I'm just saying, someone who I don't know did it, I would be like, yeah, that sounds like rich people problems. If you don't want to get held ransom, don't have ransom money. You know? Just saying. But I would never call for that, actually. Yeah, we just goofing, though. We're just saying. We're just saying we're not opposed to it if someone else wanted to. But I don't want it.
Mention included a monitor.
Oh no, the King of England was kidnapped, guys. He's being held in a basement for ransom. Everybody, let's do something about it. Yeah, let's do nothing so that he just fucking starves down there. Let's make sure that they don't pay the ransom. Can we close Savannah Guthrie's bank accounts right now, please?
Monetary demand and that deadline. Let's go ahead and go now to CBS News reporter Andres Gutierrez following the latest for us from Tucson. Quite a bit of information there, including details of one of the ransom notes. What can you tell us?
Yeah, the other headline out here is that now the FBI is offering a $50,000.
What's BT? Wishing for BT? I mean, you can wish for a lot of things. Doesn't mean I want it to, or, you know, doesn't mean I want anyone to do anything about it. Is Dick Cheney still alive? I want Dick Cheney to die yesterday. I want him to choke on a fucking sandwich. Oh, Barron Trump. I'm just saying, if these people wanted to make a splash, if they wanted to do that, but it seems like they don't. No one could fucking kidnap Barron Trump anyway because he's 900 feet tall. You couldn't even fit him in the back of a car. What are you going to do? Rent a semi-truck to steal him? You're going to throw him into the back of a 50-foot semi-truck? You're going to get one of those trucks that moves the NASA planes? I would love Paul to stop by, though, and be like, okay, so you said that if Nancy... Just imagine this rap on my door. Hey, this is Special Agent Paul Weisopel. I'm here to talk about your posts on social media. Last week during stream 368, too bad it wasn't 369, right? That would have been funny. You said that if Nancy Guthrie's kidnappers wanted to be taken seriously, that they should have kidnapped Barron Trump. What do you have to say about that? I stand by that. If they wanted to be taken seriously and wanted us to care about this bullshit story, I'm saying you should have faked it with Barron Trump. What is he doing, right? He's at NYU in DC. You guys know that? He's going to NYU, or wait, is it Columbia, but the DC campus? No, it is NYU. It doesn't make any sense. Why would NYU be in DC? So dumb. But anyway. That's fine. If they want to talk about our comedy show, I'd gladly film it and post it on the internet. I've broken no laws. I've done nothing wrong. I'm not Don Lemon. You can't humiliate me like Don Lemon. What are you gonna do? And if you come and do anything to me, Paul, I'll call the fucking FBI on your ass. I swear to God, I got a friend at Tampa. She likes me. I can tell. I'm gonna call her back tomorrow. No, we love Barron Trump. We would never want anything bad to happen to Barron Trump. I don't actually. I like Barron. His dad, though, on the other hand, it would be funny if someone kidnapped Donald Trump too. I mean, he kidnapped Maduro. Why not? I feel like it's just fair game. And plus, there's no rules anymore, so fuck it. The FBI is not even real. Prove to me you're real, FBI. Now I'm begging for trouble.
$1 reward.
It's all a joke. It's the Cat Dad comedy show. You see, it's right underneath here. Look, it says right here, Cat Dad, and then real small says comedy show. It's assumed. Everybody knows that. Theodore knows that. Anyway.
Leading to any information on Nancy's return.
Yeah, where's Elizabeth Salander? We need Elizabeth Salander to take care of business. Dude, I've been rewatching Mr. Robot too. We need a Mr. Robot. We need Elizabeth Salander. Like, it's not bad to wish for a vigilante to run a train through all of the government and destroy them all. I do want that. They want to kill all of us, so, and I don't even want them to be killed. I just want them to go away. I don't care how someone does that. If they want to willingly leave, they could do that. That would be the same to me. But if someone just went and fucked their shit up, I'd be okay with that too at this point. Right? But yeah, to my online handlers, Paul, Theodore, we're all joking here. But yeah, we're not your little cuck Don Lemon.
Or for
We didn't go to any churches, so you can't do shit to us.
an arrest to whoever ended up doing this to her. You did the fine job there and going over the timeline.
The FBI is definitely real. They got Charlie, bruh. No, he works for the FBI. They're basically central casting. They're a production company. They're just like Lucasfilms or something, you know? They just put people together, coordinate new shows, new scripts, new shows, new illusions. They ain't real. They can only fuck with lizards. We don't have lizard skin. We don't play their game. But no, we love Baron. But yeah, why people be truly though, who gives a fuck about Nancy Guthrie? I'm just saying.
They have
You want to be taken seriously.
also pointed out
This ain't
that
it.
because she didn't have any subscription, they have reached out to the owner of the camera company, and that company has essentially told them that they have run out of ways to recover video. So at this
I mean, these guys suck, man. They obviously don't want to find Nancy Guthrie either. She must suck. She do got that hair. I feel like she would call 911 on people having a barbecue, you know? Just a big looshing, but who cares about this? Does anyone actually care about this? Do your parents care about this or something? You know? They should have kidnapped, like, Kim Kardashian. That would have been a fun story. This? I don't know. This isn't even fun.
point, we may never get video from the property of Nancy Guthrie, but
go figure. Hey, how do you tell me that there's FBI involvement without telling me there's FBI involvement? Tell me there's no video evidence.
they have been able to piece this timeline using other information, other data points. We were talking about the banks, the social media companies that they've been reaching out to, as well as phone companies. The FBI bringing in additional resources to help out in this investigation. The Pima County Sheriff also launching their critical response team in the region to help them with this. As you pointed out,
too bad. Jeffrey Epstein's cell block footage got lost. All 10 cameras. Oh, man. Hey, where's the footage from the Oklahoma City bomber? It's gone. Hey, what about all the footage? There's no security cameras anywhere of 9/11 happening? Nope. There's not a single video of the first plane really hitting? Not really. How? Don't know. What other stuff is there no video evidence of? The Orlando Pulse nightclub shooting. Hey, FBI, if you want to arrest someone, I have a hot tip for you. His name is Paul Wysopal, and he works for you, and I think he blew up the Murrah building. So if you want something to do, you should fucking do an internal investigation. And by that, I mean you should let me do an internal investigation. Let me have access to all your files, FBI. I don't even need them. I'm coming for all of you. Metaphorically, of course. Because that's how we speak here. Nothing is literal, ever. We're just goof guys. We're little goofballs. Plus, what are we going to do? What are we going to send our army of cats to pick you up? They couldn't pick Barron Trump's 690-foot tall ass up if they tried. You think the brother-in-law has drug debt? Who? Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law? Yeah, who the fuck is Nancy Guthrie?
So the other thing the sheriff said is if this deadline isn't met at 5 p.m., there would be a second deadline a few days later.
What, you get 2 deadlines? What is this? Oh, yeah, CX, sorry. This is all not real. This is Erica Cook. I mean, this is the same thing as Erica Kirk. Where are you on the Erica Kirk thing? You know she's faking it, right? Here, let's watch this video again, because it's bad. She's a faker, dude. This is all just to get people all riled up about some dumb kidnapping that no one should care about, period, anyway, because no one knows this person. Who cares? Why are we getting our emotions all riled up in this? Like, let the police do their job. Who fucking cares? But it seems like the police can't do their job. Isn't that interesting? So what are we going to do? We're going to spin our wheels about it, you know? It's bullshit. She can't even pretend to care about her fake mom. Or mom's probably real. She's probably just in hiding. Or her kids killed her and they're all lying. But why would... here, okay, if this was true, why are you tore up about this? Right? How does this affect you? Rich person's mom gets ransomed. They just got to pay the ransom and they get their mom back. And let's be real, anytime a rich person has a ransom note involved, it means they killed the person and they're trying to cover it up. Have you ever heard of the Lindbergh baby? Have you ever heard of John Benet Ramsey? This is all bullshit.
Our mom is our heart. Our mom is our heart and our home. She's 84 years old.
Again, another reason. Don't give me more reasons to not care about this.
Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer.
Like, CX, do you see how this is literally... This is a person pretending to care about something. She's looking... She's not even... She can't even really cry. This is like watching Erica Cook, except worse, honestly. Erica Cook at least has pizzazz.
We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter.
Also, look at how guarded this brother is. Very nervous energy. Not really grieving, sad, worried energy. Nervous energy.
As a family, we are doing everything that we can.
Fake sniffles, no tears.
We are ready to talk.
Same repeated cadence to get through. This is how sad people sound. This is how sad people sound. Look into the camera. Fake.
However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated.
Yeah, no offense, but she's probably dead, dude. Yeah, just like the Lindbergh baby. Dude, you know who thinks of writing ransom notes? Rich people. This is a rich person problem. It is not a it's not a peasant problem, I promise you guys. It's not a goyim problem. It's not a cattle problem. This is the masters.
We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please, reach out to us. Mommy, if you are hearing this...
Like, Savannah, if you accidentally killed your mother, she's 84. Why didn't you just make it look like she fell down the stairs or something? You know? This is all so elaborate.
You are a strong woman. You...
I don't know why it's in Chinese.
Are God's precious daughter.
It's just the X link I clicked.
We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you.
The calling on Jesus. Oh, man. This lady guilty, bro. She knows what happened.
Everyone is looking for you, Mommy. Everywhere.
The mommy? I don't know about all of this, bro. Yeah, where's Liam Neeson?
We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment.
CX, you don't believe this, do you? You don't feel like you're getting grifted? This feels like a grift to me. I don't like it. I don't know. Dude, she's going to ask me to submit to her GoFundMe next.
And we pray without ceasing. And we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again.
Well, you're going to have to dig her out of the hole that you dug in your backyard and that you put her in, okay? Wait.
We are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive.
Bro, see, this is like Erica being like, funerals bring out the weirdest of everyone. So if anyone's doing anything weird, don't read into it. She's already setting the precedent that there's going to be some fucking AI involvement. What is this? She's like, we know that there's digital manipulation out there, okay? What is this about? Is this some AI crisis? Is that what this is all about? It's going to be used to, like, I don't know. Whatever, dude.
And that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please.
It happened on a full moon? Dude, yes. Dude, okay, I was also watching Peaky Blinders again. And you guys know in the first season when they steal all the guns from the British government and they're like, their options are to keep the guns and have the weight of the British Empire on them, or give the guns back and like dump them somewhere so that they get them and then the heat's off of them. And they were going to do that, right? But so they needed to move the guns out of a warehouse, but the guy who runs the warehouse, they're all gypsies, right? Romani gypsies. And he goes, we got to get the contraband out of here. He says, I'm not moving it for 3 days. He goes, why? It's a full moon. He says, we don't move contraband on full moons and 3 days after. And I was like, oh, dude, this is what they mean when people would move like with the rhythm of nature and shit, right? You make your decisions based on the tides of the earth and the planets. That makes sense, because full moon, right? It's like, full moon like illuminates all of the darkness. So if you're doing anything shifty, you might get caught. You might get a chance encounter that night, something, right? So you gotta let go of some of that full moon energy. You gotta give it a couple days before you start moving contraband and shit. But that's also why they be doing fucking sacrifices and rituals on fucking full moons and different planetary alignments, because the energy's vibing, right? Bro, they did this on a full moon too? Get out of here. I don't even care. You're on the last season. Dude, I love Peaky Blinders. It's so good.
Reach out to us.
I'm rewatching Peaky Blinders and Mr. Robot now that I got through freaking Sopranos and Expanse. Peaky Blinders and Mr. Robot, good complimentary shows.
Mommy?
And they're releasing a new, I think it's a new last movie for the Tommy Shelby story. There's one, what is there, 5 seasons or 6 seasons? And then there's one movie, and I think they're making one more. But then I think that they're spinning off a new series from the new movie with younger Peaky Blinders or some shit. But I don't know. If Tommy Shelby's not there, if Cillian Murphy ain't there, and neither is Arthur, if Arthur Shelby's not there, I don't give a fuck. And if Arthur isn't in the last movie, I will not watch it. Can't watch Peaky Blinders without Arthur. It was hard enough watching it without John, right? Dude, fucking A.
If you are hearing this, You are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you.
Just kidding, Barry. Nothing happens.
Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest.
This sounds like what someone would say if they are resting. They are rested. They know where her body is. It's behind their garage. They know that no one is going to fulfill this ransom. They don't have to because there is no woman alive anymore. They're going to make ChatGPT make her alive in someone's shed.
Until we are together again. We speak to you.
I don't know, Barry, because I kept hearing that, but he just did an interview a month ago, and he looks like he's doing better. I think maybe he got what's his name again? Anderson? Paul Anderson. Here, this'll make you happy. This was a month ago. What you do? Yeah, 1 month ago. Don't listen to the lies. Everyone's saying he's cracked out and he's whacked out, but I think he's doing okay.
You've you ever been to I've
been to a few
gigs,
sure,
football matches and things like that?
Football matches, not so much.
Okay, well, this was around when like Oasis and Blur.
Blur.
Yeah, I remember seeing Oasis.
At least he feels like he could get through an Arthur scene, so they better be hopefully they're just running that story up to drum up interest in the final film. But there's no way that Arthur's not in this last movie. I swear to God, if I find out Arthur's not in it, I will not watch it. He's definitely in it. But dude, he is so good. Like, no one fucking... And it makes sense that he does struggle with addiction because, you know what pisses me off in the world the most? Well, one of the things... background actors or just actors period who don't know how to smoke cigarettes and are smoking, or they're acting drunk and act like they've never been drunk in their life. You know what I mean? Your job is literally to act. That's it. So I don't know, watch some videos or something. But Arthur knows how to act coked out. Like, he knows how to act like he's drunk. He knows how to act like he's on heroin. It's incredible. He's so good at it. Yeah, I love Arthur. Anywho.
Blood that was found outside there in the porch. Now, lab results have come back, and they confirmed that that is of Nancy's. They also did talk about how that doorbell camera was disconnected. I know Anna's going to get into that, into why that particular wording mattered in this. Overall, they've also said that besides the 3 ransom notes, the 2 that the local television stations here in Tucson got and the one that TMZ got, there's been another one that came about, but that one was someone trying to take advantage of this whole situation. An imposter, an arrest was made regarding that letter today, and they warned folks out there not to do that. But at this point, they are still saying the key...
Not to do what? Send ransoms?
Point also that you mentioned right off the top, it came there at the end of this news conference about there being this alleged ransom note that Savannah Guthrie obviously is taking seriously, that there is this deadline of a transfer.
Why would Savannah Guthrie be the one? Like, what do you mean? What about the police?
Set to happen at 5 o'clock today. The next deadline coming up on next Monday.
What do you mean the next deadline? I don't understand. What do you mean next deadline? They're like, oh, if you can't make it Thursday, what about dropping the cash off on Monday? Yeah, TMZ gets a ransom note. This is how I know this is a PR stunt. Dude, this is just run by, what's her name? Tree Payne, Taylor Swift's PR manager.
Guthrie's family still awaiting communication from whoever ended up writing these alleged ransom notes. But right now,
this man has too much hairspray in. I don't trust a man who's got this much hairspray in. And a suit. Get out of here.
Taken very seriously, Lindsay.
Andres, thank you so much. Let's go to Anna Schechter, the head of our crime and policing unit. So, absolutely disgusting.
Wait, you're saying the white-haired sheriff's hair is fake?
Folks out there not to do that.
What, do you think it's a wig?
At this point, they are still saying the key point also that you mentioned right off the top, it came there at the end of this news conference about there being this alleged ransom note.
I can barely see it because it's so illuminated. Why is it so bright?
Guthrie obviously is taking seriously that there is this deadline of a transfer set to happen at 5 o'clock today. The next deadline coming up on next Monday.
Savannah's husband is a PR guy? Oh, brother.
Guthrie's family still awaiting communication from whoever.
Wait, Black Death, you've never heard of the OA? Bro, you gots to. Oh, dude, you'd love it, yeah. I think the OA might work. I think that might be how reality actually works. I think we can dance our way into a different timeline.
Ended up writing these alleged ransom notes, but right now these are being taken very seriously, Lindsay.
Andres, thank you so much. Let's go to Anna Schechter, the head of our crime and policing unit. So, absolutely disgusting that somebody would try and take advantage and do a copycat ransom note here. I can't even fathom that, but let's go ahead and talk.
I'm confused. So there is a real ransom note that has two deadlines. You can either make it Thursday at 5 or Monday. Whichever's easiest for you, let me know. I love how it's Thursday or Monday. They're like, we've got a skiing trip this weekend. So we're gonna be out of town, but when we get back on Monday, we can call it game back on, okay? And they're like, yes, of course, yes, ransomer. Like, dude, what do they got to transfer? Just send some fucking Bitcoin. What are they going to do, a money handoff? What are they going to do, make them pour out $6 million in the street and light it on fire? And wear a mask?
Significance of this camera not having an active subscription and what that means. They sent out the information to the companies saying, please give us something.
That's right. And this has been a real core frustration to the investigators because they had cameras that didn't.
And Ring's like, yeah, sorry, to protect the privacy of our customers, we really can't be giving you this. Sorry, FBI. Yeah, they weren't paying their subscription, so. Like, what the fuck? They had Ring cameras? Dude, the only people that could fucking make Ring cameras not record are the feds. There are no hackers. No real hackers exist anymore. There is no Mr. Robot. They killed them all. Aaron Swartzen? No, Aaron what the fuck was his name? Swartz? Aaron Swartz? Aaron Swartz was the last great hacker and they killed him. They gotta stop killing our heroes, boys.
Show anything. And now on that doorbell camera, that's a different situation. That appears to be somebody who knows that this could be.
This better not be an ad for the camera shit because it didn't fucking work.
Incriminating, who disconnects it. It sounded to me like the sheriff said, we are not in possession of that doorbell camera. So it was disconnected and taken away from the scene. That's my read of what the sheriff said. So
without that physical camera, is there no way to extract the information from it?
They are trying. They are out to these tech companies. We've already heard back Google, which makes Nest. They are supporting law enforcement. We don't know if that doorbell camera was Nest or Ring or some other company, but they are certainly engaging with those tech companies, and they're in.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Did they just say that they don't have the footage because the physical camera was taken off the door? They think that we're that fucking stupid? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, they think we're so dumb. Oh yeah, all the footage is stored on the camera in the door. That's how it works. What? Yeah, no. The deadline was today at 5 p.m. But also, if they want to wait till Monday and not get their mom out today, they can wait till Monday. There's a second opportunity to save their mother's God-forsaken life on Monday. Yeah, I know. They're like, oh, it's stored in the SD card in the doorknob. That shit is all cloud. What are you talking about? Dude, they think we're dumb as fuck. These feds make me mad, bro. And people eat this shit up. Yeah, people are just going to go buy Ring cameras. They're like, wait, I just heard the word Ring camera 4 times today. I must go buy Ring camera. Oh. My phone heard me say Ring camera. The files are inside the computer. Do.
Did you find the files?
I don't even know what they look. What do they look like?
They're in the computer.
They're in the computer?
Yeah, they're definitely in there. I just don't know how he labeled them.
I got it.
You got it.
It's like staring in the mirror, boys.
Figure it out.
Roger.
In the computer. It's so simple.
Wait, you gotta show them getting the files.
Must be an on button somewhere. Press the Apple thing.
This is the FBI trying to get Nancy Guthrie's Ring camera footage. No. Owen Wilson isn't my dad. I am Owen Wilson and Nancy and Andy Dick. Sorry, not Nancy Dick. I am also Nancy Guthrie. I forgot that this is also a 2001 reference. This is so good.
Wait! Hands up! Let's not lose our cool. Then we're no better than the machine. It's almost 7. I gotta go. No! Derek! Wait! If you go, they'll make you kill that Eurasian dude. I don't care.
Alright, we're gonna get in trouble if we watch more Zoolander. Oh, man. What's the latest Connor O'Malley video? Oh, it's just slugs? We need Connor O'Malley to return. We need his great return stat.
So we definitely have a few things to talk about today. For example, there's been an interesting update when it came to that biolab over in Las Vegas where they found all these chemicals. I was honestly pretty shocked, but first I do want to go ahead and talk about this. What is going on here? We have another toxic air alert, and nobody, when I say nobody, I'm talking about the news, is really reporting on this besides 2 mainstream news agencies, Metro.uk and MSN. Now, I made a video on the same exact topic about a month ago, but back then 4 separate states had been impacted by this toxic air.
Yeah, this is the FBI in 2026, just banging on the computer, tweeting and twitting. Dude, I think that the tweeting and twitting thing is so much more important than we even realize, because I think that showed, I feel like that's what Paul ended up having to go into. He ended up going into running these fucking influencers or something. He was like, these frickin' kids tweeting and twitting. Now I've got to learn how to tweet and twit. This is so annoying, right? Poor Paul. And then after that, he disappears. Now he's just lives in the ethernets. Dude, honestly, I'm just worried about Paul. I just want to make sure that the FBI didn't kill him. That's it. That's the only horse I got in this race. I just want to make sure my dad is safe and happy, okay? He probably lives with Kathy. I bet they're secret lovers.
And I had the same exact question back then. Why is the news not reporting on this? Well, supposedly, like I said, it happened again. Reading this article from MSN, which was published 2 days ago, is titled, "Thousands in 2 U.S. states told to stay indoors as air fills with heart attack causing toxins." These toxins have appeared both in Florida, where I'm from, and I've heard nothing about this, and Georgia, more specifically Daytona Beach and Atlanta. Continue to read the article. It says thousands of Americans near 2 major cities have been warned to stay inside as airborne pollutants have risen to dangerous levels for human health. Now, like I said, I cannot find anything on this when it comes to the local news in both of these cities. And when I reported on this last time, people in these locations were saying, well, why haven't we heard anything? So you do have people in these states where—
Yeah, Ben Stiller directed and produced Severance. I feel like did Ben Stiller produce direct Punch Drunk Love too? I feel like Ben Stiller's got a couple good movies. Or no, who made Punch Drunk Love? Did he direct Tropic Thunder? Who directed Punch Drunk Love? Adam Sandler? No. Oh no, it's that one lame director. Or he's not lame, he's whatever. That one sad guy. Oh no, it's Paul Thomas Anderson. Who was I thinking of? Whatever. All for Shelby. Get out of here, Savannah Guthrie. Oh God, what's this?
What's the price? So if somebody gets a great price, that's great for us because we get it. So this is the exact opposite of what's been happening for the last...
We're doing Trump drugs now? This pedophile's hawking drugs?
Of the great healthcare plan is going to bring copays plummeting down and save Americans billions and billions of dollars, making healthcare much more affordable, like at a level that you couldn't believe. In my first administration, I kept drugs pretty even. I thought I was doing a great job, but this is really the great job. There's never been anything like it. Nobody thought it was possible to get it done. It's the biggest thing to happen in healthcare, I think, in many, many decades. Under these agreements, the top pharmaceutical companies will also be investing hundreds of billions of dollars to bring drug manufacturing back to America. It's already happening. They're building plants all over the country. Eli Lilly is building 6 plants with billions and billions of dollars each, which means jobs, economic growth, factory openings, and far greater national security. And it's really a big factor was the tariffs. We're charging very substantial tariffs for companies that don't want to make their drugs or pharmaceuticals and automobiles and other things. If they don't want to make them in the United States, they have to pay very big penalties in the form of tariffs. And what that means is they're all...
And who pays those tariffs? Do the companies pay the tariffs? Or is it everyone else? Everyone who buys their shit?
Because of tariffs, the companies, the only way they can avoid them is to build here. They avoid paying the tariff. Now, they've been doing that, countries, to us for 30 years.
Yeah, he is
so we lost
drooly.
so much business. They were drying up our country. We were losing factories. We were losing jobs like nobody's ever seen for many, many years. And now it's all been reversed, and we've never had a period. This is the wealthiest our country has ever been. We have hundreds of billions of dollars a year pouring in, and we're taking advantage of it. I want to give a special thanks to Airbnb co-founder and now, much more importantly, the Chief Design Officer of the United States, Joe Gebbia, and the entire team at the National Design Studio. They're unbelievably talented people. This group of geniuses could be doing anything right now. They could have been making a big fortune out there, but they decided they want to be with the government and do exactly what you're going to see tonight, and also some other things
Let's
having
go.
to do with our country. And I want to thank Joe.
We love the
With
government.
their help, our American by Design initiative will fully transform our
You bought meth from Trump, dude? You think he's going to sell you the good shit?
most
You think he's
dated
going to sell you that Heisenberg shit? No chance.
federal systems and services, providing Americans the richest, most beautiful, and most user-friendly government experience in the entire world. We have the greatest designers in the entire world, and they're with our country. They love our country. That's why they're doing it. So now I'd like to invite administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, an incredible guy, a really brilliant man, Dr. Mehmet Oz, to show us how this beautiful new website works. And Dr. Oz, come on and let's see what you can tell us. Thank you. By the way, everybody, you're going to save a fortune.
Dude, this is like, I mean, it's just like the CEO of Airbnb and Oprah's own Dr. Oz and The Apprentice's own Donald Trump. Like, what the fuck world do we live in, bro? This is horrifying. This is a fake world. Fake government, fake country, everything's fake. This is all fake. Why are we doing this? Stop paying taxes. What the fuck? That's when the fucking FBI drone strikes me. I can joke all I want about wishing that someone would, you know, kidnap Trump or whatever. Not me, of course, and not any of my nitwitches, just someone crazy like, I don't know, ISIS. That would be so funny if ISIS kidnapped Donald Trump, because no one would go save him. We'd all be like, oh no, please don't keep him there forever. Oh, please don't send us a Daniel Berg style video of him. Please, we wouldn't want that. Oh no. Please don't give him the exact treatment that we gave Saddam Hussein. That would be crazy. I would cry for so many months straight if you did that, and we wouldn't be able to survive.
And this is also so good for overall health care. And Oz, you've done a fantastic job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So you demanded, President demanded, that we have most favored nation drug pricing.
I work for one of the prescription monopolies. Are you saying Trump prescriptions is our competition now? Yes.
Which he explained beautifully. Today, you can now get access to these discounted, steeply discounted.
Bro, this is a QVC commercial.
Prices. All the hard work the president and the administration have done now is yours, but you have to go check TrumpRx.gov. So if you have access, please log on right now.
Absolutely not. I've got enough spam texts and spam calls. Dude, how are you guys getting crazy amounts of spam texts and calls? That's all I get. That's it. It's just random numbers all day. Sometimes it'll be people being like, hey, did you get those pictures I sent you? Sorry, not texting you back. I don't know who you are. Stranger danger. Then some of them will be like, oh, you just won $1,000. And then other ones are like, uh-oh, here's your security code. Are you trying to log into your blank account? Oh, here, send us all of your information in text form right now so that we can help you log back into Instagram.
Free. You get to look at all the prices, and you should not be buying drugs anymore going forward without at least checking to see if those medications are available at these discounted prices on TrumpRx.gov. That stated, Mr. President, many people don't appreciate this, but one of the most special things you've been able to do, besides negotiating these kinds of deals, is bring wonderful people around you who can actually fulfill the dream.
Are you talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Of making drugs accessible so Americans no longer suffer that affordability issue. 1 in 3 Americans are turned away from the drugstore. They can't afford the drugs. No more. Our most vulnerable are protected.
Hey, you know how to make no one ever get turned away for that is to make them fucking free, idiot.
To do that, you need brilliant software engineers. And Ed Korstein led a wonderful group that you hired. Folks, again, would never normally have come into government to work to make this possible. And Joe, just a superstar, and he's going to take us through the website.
Thanks, Dr. Oz. Mr. President,
Bro, this is a straight up ad.
I've launched some big websites, and this is one I think you're going to be very proud of.
Wait, so this is literally the guy who made Airbnb, and he made the Trump RX website?
So you mentioned Gonalef. I think this is an interesting drug that we can check and see how do you find a drug on the site. So we'll pull up the website here. This is trumprx.gov. And I'm going to start at the search bar where I can search by the drug name.
Adderall,
so I type in Gonalef,
Adderall.
and I see it auto-completes.
Gonorrhea.
Click on this. I have a beautiful page that shows.
Okay, hold on. The fucking website doesn't even work. What is this? Oh, it's .gov. Sorry. Okay. Give me Adderall. The fuck? No Adderall? Percocet. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Vicodin. Are you fucking high? No Lexapro? They got no fucking aspirin, bro? No fucking Vyvanse? No meth, but what's Medrol? No heroin. No Fent. No fucking cocaine. Dude, this website sucks, bro. Fluoxetine. Bro, they don't even... Isn't that Wellbutrin? They don't have shit on here. What's another name for Adderall? Amphetamine salts. Nothing. Do they have the Pixel 10 Pro XL? They have Protronics. What about Viagra? No. Dude, they don't got nothing. This sucks. Humalog? Nope. What do they have? Literally. Klonopin? Nope. Prozac? Nope. Ritalin? Nope. GLP-1? Oh, they got Ozemp. Dude, they got lots of Zemp, bro. Look, they got all these kinds of Ozempic. That's all they have. They're saying you're fat as fuck. Get on this fucking lizard poison. Brother, what are they doing to us? They don't have Tylenol, bro. I already checked. Liz Dex nope. Insulin? No fuck. Oh, they do. $25. Okay, they got insulin. That's great. Humalog didn't have. Novolog? Nope. But Ozempic, man. They got Ozemp. Wegovy pen, Wegovy pill. Zepbound. Ozempic pen. Starting at $200. Yeah, Novolog, Humalog. They don't have it. EpiPen. Nope. The most common thing ever. Nope. Don't got it. Well, what do you mean? If I search Ozempic, though. What about barbiturates? Okay, what about what are those cool, what about Narcan? Nope. What were those pills that the Wolf of Wall Street always did? Quaaludes. They don't have no fucking Quaaludes, bro. This place sucks. Yeah, can't get your insulin, but weight loss shots. Yeah, us, our president just wholesaling us fat jabs is so clutch. That's so funny. Didn't that one Kathy Rumelade or whatever, the lady who was like texting or emailing Jeffrey Epstein more than anyone, she was President Obama's attorney general, and she made an email about something about like how disgusting it is to have to stop at a gas station and see all these peasant fat people that are in the normal world. She's like, it's the only time that I have to see these fucking fat peasants. So funny. Wait, Lispro is like Humalog or whatever? Oh, okay, cool. $25. It says insulin Lispro. What strength? I can't even change it. How many? Let's get 4. Shit. Oh, savings are... Look at this. It's $25 for one. Or if you get 4, it's $35. Nice. $65 savings. Okay, sign me up. But they don't have... Wait, this is... They just list what they have. It's like 4 things, bro. This is everything they have. Okay, hold on. Dude, these all... Okay, an inhaler. Is this an inhaler? One inhaler? Is this albuterol? What's Cetrotide? Damn, this shit's... Oh! Original price, $316. Now, $22. Nice, Trump. Oh, Wegovy was $1,300. Now it's $145. Nice. What's Duavie? Estrogens, benzodoxaphene. Toviaz. Fesoterodine from Pfizer. Gonal F. Is this for gonads? Folopatrin. Ozempic. Zepbound. Ovidrel. Genotropin. Somatropin. What the fuck is all this shit? Never heard of any of this stuff. None of this is fun drugs. What the hell's going on with this bat wing pill? Levothyroxine. Nicotrol. Is this vape? Oh, you can buy nicotine? Why is it $270? Nicotine from Pfizer is $270. You can buy cigarettes. Is this a TikTok pill? Ticocin? Premarin vaginal cream. I'm sorry, why is vaginal cream $250? Why would it originally be $500? All right, well, those are all the drugs. Not a single fun one on here to be found. So, what a bummer. Trump, Taco Trump. Chicken's out right at the end. He makes his own drug website and provides no drugs on it. He just does medications. Yuck. Gross.
Shows the drug product. And right at the top, I see this is 83% off the original price. Now, how do I get this discount?
Like, dude, this is the crime. Why is it $1,000 for a pill?
I take this coupon and I bring it to the...
No matter what they're doing to that pill, it did not cost $1,000 to make. Sorry, not true.
Pharmacy. I can print it out. I can add it to my wallet on my phone, whether it's an Apple or an Android. I show it to the pharmacist, and I get the coupon credit right at the register. Now, this is an intelligent site.
Seriously, what could be in vag cream that cost $500 before Trump's sick-ass fucking discount? He'd be protecting the vag, dude.
We know that there's other drugs that are commonly prescribed along with this, so we surface them here, and they work with the same coupon. Okay, next, what pharmacies can you go to get this drug? It's a smart site.
Yo, I need Dr. Oz to step the fuck off. Back up, buddy.
We pull up exactly where you can go to get this. Now, Gonal-F is a specialty drug, so you get it through the mail. I can call any one of these pharmacies, and they deliver it straight to my home. It's that simple.
Mr. President, 1 in 3 families is having trouble having a baby.
Dude, this is a QVC ad. What is happening? This is so funny.
We're going to have a lot of Trump babies with these costs. Folks cannot afford these medications. It's going to change their lives. Now, this is the tip
This guy is so pleased with himself. I love him.
Iceberg, because Joe did a lot more with Ed and the rest of the National Design Studio.
That's
How many
right.
more medications do you have?
Well, the website launches with over 40 medications, ones that are the popular medications and ones that were previously very expensive. These are things like
Air Supra. That's hilarious. Is that an inhaler? Is that albuterol?
Inhalers, the GLP-1s. And on Trump RX...
I'm sorry, bro, but I feel like having, out of the like 30 medications that they have, like 5 of them being fucking Ozempic is crazy. What is happening? Yeah, this QVC president is hilarious. Dude, this is so embarrassing.
You find things like the weight loss shots and also new form factors like the weight loss pill. Let's click on this and see the discount for the pill. 89% off the original price. As you mentioned, Americans...
Dude, I'm watching a knife salesman right now. Hold on. Wait, I know how to spice this up.
For the first time, are getting the lowest cost price drugs like the rest of the world is. And we're not done. We're adding more and more drugs week over week. So going forward, it's an invitation to the nation to check TrumpRx.gov anytime you get a prescription.
Mr. President, we're breaking news. This weight loss shot that you've talked about a lot, this is a weight loss pill. And with these pills, which are actually even less expensive than the shots, we project that America will lose about 100 million pounds this year, which is going to make not only folks a lot healthier, but a lot easier to manage when they do get ill. But I'm particularly drawn, as I know you are, to the plight of folks, young couples.
No, dude, even worse than Cutco. I'm saying these are QVC knife salesmen. Dude, a Cutco salesman, Cutco sales rep, that's a real knife salesman. I would never come for a Cutco salesman. I love Cutco. I used to be a Cutco salesman. I did that for one summer, I swear to God. I'm talking about the cool knife shows on QVC, though. You know, those lowbrow knife salesmen.
Trying to have children. And that first medication, one of the first ones we did most favored nation drug pricing on, has helped an immense number of folks. But the first person to use TrumpRx.gov to buy Gonal-F is
Trump would have sold so many more drugs if he had the QVC or the Price is Right song underneath it.
Here, and I wanted to introduce her to you, if you don't mind. Catherine's with us. Oh, perfect. Secretary Kennedy's going to escort her.
Oh my God, RFK Jr.'s out here now too? Fuck!
Good evening. I'm incredibly honored to be here tonight. I'm a military spouse, and my husband and I have been navigating infertility and IVF for 5 years. A journey that has included
Get a new husband.
Profound
Military boy don't got any swimmers? I'm sorry, I'm just kidding.
Through that experience, we have come to understand how critical access to affordable fertility medication truly is. Medications like Gonal-F
boring
overwhelmingly on this promise. A study
Jump
from
scare.
the Council on Criminal Justice shows that the murder rate across America's largest cities plummeted
boys.
in
Come on.
2025 to its lowest level since at least
Buckle in, everyone. Stop fooling around. Hilarious. Ooh, someone did a deep dive into Pat Tillman's death.
All right, this will be a video about Pat Tillman's death. And
Oh,
most
we
people
like
probably
control alt history, right? Let's go.
know the basics.
Let's watch it. You guys remember Pat Tillman, the guy who was gunned down by his Marine unit or whatever because he was going to talk out about the Iraq War?
This story, he was an NFL player who gave up millions to serve in the war on terror after 9/11, and then he died under mysterious circumstances in 2004.
Wait, Che, I did blame it on I blamed it on the husband.
And this is a fairly recent mystery compared to some of the other videos that I do. I remember this happening. I just never realized how crazy this story was. It is a massive mystery, just full of contradictory stories and cover-ups. Whole bunch of wild stuff. So we'll get into.
Yeah, don't do anything great about the crazy prices that those drugs are. Just give you Trump coupons for them, right? There's not a systemic issue here.
All that, but before I get into the Tillman story, I wanted to talk a bit about one of the craziest things with the Vietnam War, and this is something that's very relevant to the story of Pat Tillman's death. And that is fragging, which is something that was very common during the Vietnam War. And what fragging was it was U.S. soldiers setting up grenades and rigging bombs during the war that were intended to harm or even murder their fellow U.S. soldiers. So these grenades were intended to kill not the enemy, but their fellow U.S. soldiers and commanding officers. And it was called fragging because these soldiers typically used fragmentation grenades to commit these killings. And the motives of the soldiers who performed these fragging attacks varied. Some became just really opposed to the war while they were serving, and they were hoping to basically sabotage the U.S. war efforts by killing off U.S. soldiers. There were other fragging incidents that were done by soldiers who were being ordered by commanding officers to carry out missions they didn't want to do, so they hoped that by killing their commanding officer, that would be a way to get out of the mission. And there were others who just hated or were mistreated by their commanding officers or fellow soldiers, so they fragged them in retaliation.
I mean,
or sometimes fragging was done to remove problem child, quote unquote, soldiers who were maybe causing trouble or disharmony in their unit. So it is just wild that this was a thing, and what's really shocking is how common this was. It's estimated that almost 700 U.S. Army officers were killed in Vietnam by their fellow soldiers in fragging attacks. And it's also alleged that the actual number of fragging cases in the war was much higher. And it was even said that soldiers would pool their money together for bounties that they placed on commanding officers, and whoever fragged the officer would collect the bounty. So I just wanted to mention this because the whole idea of a soldier killing one of his own comrades, it might sound like hard to believe or far out there, but it's really not an uncommon thing. And it's even claimed that incidents like this were common back in other wars too, but it just wasn't documented. And this is very relevant to the Tillman story because the main controversy of Pat Tillman's death isn't really who killed him. Even the official story says that he was killed by U.S. soldiers. He was killed by friendly fire. The controversy with the Pat Tillman death is, was it a mistake or was he killed on purpose by the U.S. Army? So with that, we'll get into the death of Pat Tillman. And as I mentioned, he was an NFL player who in 2002 turned down a $3.6 million NFL contract to enlist in the Army to fight in the war on terror. And right from the start, he was held up as like the poster child for the war. He was portrayed as this ultra patriotic guy.
Dude, honestly, all these looks maxers, they gotta get drafted. They should draft every single person who's an Andrew Tate boy or a clavicular follower. They were just drafted into Army.
Who sacrificed millions to fight for his country. The media hype around him was just wild. It's just blatantly obvious that the Army was trying to use this Tillman story to get people to support the war. And after training, Tillman was deployed to Iraq in March of 2003, and very coincidentally, his very first mission was one of the most publicized events of the war on terror. And that was the rescue of Jessica Lynch, and this story is freaking-sane. The Jessica Lynch story changed a bunch of times over the course of a few months, but at the start, the official narrative that was reported by the media was that Jessica Lynch who was 19 years old from Palestine, West Virginia, was a U.S. Army member in Iraq who was part of a vehicle convoy driving to Baghdad, but they took a wrong turn and ended up in enemy territory, and their convoy crashed and this huge gun battle broke out. 11 of the 32 soldiers in the convoy were killed, and these first reports stated that Jessica Lynch just basically turned into Rambo after her convoy was ambushed. She engaged in this huge gun battle with the enemy. She was shot. There was this quote here, she was fighting to the death. She did not want to be taken alive. And the official narrative continued, saying that she was badly injured in the gunfight, and she was eventually captured and taken to a hospital by Iraq soldiers where she was beaten and raped and tortured. And in a group of Army soldiers, of which Pat Tillman was a part, they performed this daring nighttime raid on the hospital and rescued her. So it was like this ultimate all-American story. It was referred to as Saving Private Lynch in the press. Just this incredible story of this pretty young, patriotic Army soldier fighting for her life and enduring all this horrible stuff, and then being saved in a daring raid by a bunch of brave soldiers. Just an amazing story, but it was pretty much a total lie. Because it turned out that she wasn't being raped or abused or held as a prisoner at the hospital. She was being cared for by doctors, and they were treating her very well. They were operating on her injuries. The hospital staff donated 2 pints of their own blood to save her, and there was even a nurse who sat at her bedside and sang.
Bro, are you saying that they lied to do a war? To do war stuff?
To her as she was
big if true.
Recuperating. She also hadn't been shot, as was reported. All of her injuries were sustained when her vehicle crashed. One of her doctors who treated her had this quote. He said, "There was no shooting, no bullet inside her body, no stab wound, only injuries from a road traffic accident. They want to distort the picture. I don't know why they think there is some benefit in saying she has a bullet injury." And the story of her fighting the enemy off like Rambo after the crash, that was false too. Her gun had jammed and she actually hadn't fired a single shot.
Go figure, dude.
And it even came out that one of the Iraq doctors treating her had already tried to return her back to the Americans. He loaded her into a vehicle and drove her to a group of American soldiers, but his vehicle was fired upon when he approached them, so he abandoned the plan of handing her over and brought her back to the hospital. So the whole story of her turning into Rambo and fighting off all these soldiers before her capture, that was fake. The story...
They want us to believe that Nancy Guthrie is being held for ransom. Just pay it. I don't care about your mother. Pay your fucking debts. If you didn't have all this money, then maybe you wouldn't have gotten ransomed. Sounds like a you problem, Savannah. He's a good man, Savannah.
Her being held hostage at this hospital and being horribly abused.
I'm starting to think these guys... Oh, wait, no, sorry. I didn't realize. I'm starting to think these government guys... Sorry, I can't do it, Christopher. Ain't so good, Tone.
That was inaccurate. And even the story of Pat Tillman and the American soldiers storming the hospital to save her, that was pretty much fake too. It was described as this daring nighttime dramatic action-filled raid on the hospital, but the Americans actually didn't encounter any resistance or enemy soldiers. They just basically walked into the hospital and grabbed her and then left with no resistance. And later on, Jessica Lynch herself gave testimony to Congress saying that the story that was reported about her was inaccurate and extremely exaggerated.
Wow.
And it's interesting to note that this Jessica Lynch story happened on only the 4th day of the Iraq War. So the Iraq
Go figure.
War had quite...
It sounds like kind of like a little bit like a January 6th style story.
Literally just begun.
I mean... October 11th. Sorry, not January 6th. So many fucking days. 9/11, October 11th, January 6th. Jesus Christ.
Really seems like this was just a pretty obvious, pure propaganda story to get people to support the war right at the start. So that was Pat Tillman's...
Have you ever heard about the Israeli rave?
First mission in the war, and from...
You ever hear about the rave where Israeli airships shot and killed like 100 rave goers, and then they blamed it on Hamas paragliders? Come on, brother.
There, he served abroad for about a year, and he basically became just totally disillusioned with the wars he served. He kept a journal and talked about how opposed he was becoming to the war. He had this well-known journal entry where he said, "This war is so effing illegal." And there's plenty of other journal entries and testimony from people that he served with who talked of how he just became very strongly against the war and very critical of George Bush. And Noam Chomsky became one of Pat Tillman's favorite writers. He was a very vocal critic of the war, and Pat Tillman was even making plans to meet Noam Chomsky when he was back in the US. And there was talk he would return to the NFL and use his celebrity status to promote anti-war efforts, and that would have basically been a disaster for the military if Pat Tillman, who was pretty much the poster boy for the war on terror, came back and started speaking out against the war. Again, going back to the Vietnam War, one of the main reasons that public support for the Vietnam War faded away was the influence of the group Vietnam Veterans Against the War.
Wait, Kash Patel doing some weird shit with pen and paper? It was on Tim Heidecker's show? When was it? Was it recent?
And this was an organization of soldiers who'd served in Vietnam, came home, and spoke out against the war and even marched against the war. So these weren't like random college students protesting the war. These were soldiers who literally fought in the war, and they were coming back and basically telling people to not support the war because there was just so much corruption and awful stuff going on in.
What, it's this video? Or wait, is it alive? From today?
Jim Apple.
Oh no, they're sponsored by BetterHelp.
You have the, yeah, there you go. Okay. It's February, folks, and love is in the air. Heart-shaped boxes of
Oh no!
chocolates, dozens of roses, the hot tub jets turned all the way up. The temperature just right. You know what I'm talking about, folks. It's Valentine's season. And maybe you like all that kind of stuff, and maybe you don't. Maybe your relationship is doing just fine, or maybe you're single.
You gotta give me a time code.
Maybe you're in a relationship that's not exactly how you want it to be. No matter what your situation is, we can all use some perspective and some help to figure it all out, and that's what BetterHelp is.
Geese. It's much better than Bob Dylan and the Beatles combined. Also, eating too many peanut M&Ms will give you a potbelly, so switch to flavored seaweed, a new product at Whole Foods called Tofu. Flavored seaweed sauce.
I don't see any Kash Patel clips in here. Oh, it's on his Facebook? Oh my god. Nothing is logged in. Hold on, I gotta check all the boxes that are bus. Oh, I can't tell. It's too small. That's what she said. What the fuck is going on? Sorry, one sec. Almost logged in. Okay, this.
Past couple days, of course, this idiotic. Here's what was going on yesterday. The past couple days, of course, this idiotic group of men are all texting each other about these war plans to bomb another country, and they accidentally added this.
Oh yeah, this is from a couple months ago.
Reporter, editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, and it just so coincidentally happened that the next day after the story breaks, the top intelligence people are sitting in front of these senators for some kind of, hearing on some national security. So you got Tulsi Gabbard, and you've got the CIA guy, and this new Kash Patel character. Talking about somebody that's on it. Watch this. I happened to be watching this. Watch what happens with Kash.
Co-ops. What do we need? What have we learned? And what can I tell them?
Senator, 99% of the critical infrastructure in the United States is controlled by private companies. So that really drives us to talk about how do we partner with industry and with the commercial sector in this case.
No, I'm not. No.
The Volt Typhoon began when industry came to the intelligence community.
Bro, this is math involved.
And said, we're seeing anomalous activity. Can you help us gain context? And we were able to bring context to that to be able to understand what the threat was, and then to ultimately be able to identify who was behind that threat.
What is going on?
We've continued to work very closely.
Vic enhanced this a little bit, but I mean, like, there's enough pen play that I
pen play
started freaking out and clipping it and being like, "What's this guy on?" But it doesn't stop there.
Enable our partners and industry to be able to pursue them. That's the approach we have to take.
Fucking nervous, man. Sweating bullets.
Between
eyes darting
around and industry to be able to eradicate these threats.
My mouth is so dry right now. Watch his tie work.
His pen play and his tie work.
Rodney Dangerfield.
Let me tuck this in again. Okay. Just tighten that up.
Related to this particular threat.
Thank you. What have you done on the offensive?
What is going on in this man's little rat rodent brain, bro?
I shouldn't be here. I should not be here.
I love that he fixed his tie and it's fucking crooked.
Nope. Suicide note, maybe? No. Thinking about a suicide note.
Thinking about a suicide
note. Do I write the note now, or
how did I get here?
In terms of our
I didn't mean for this to happen.
Deterrence, and I look forward to talking about that in the close.
It might be a signal to like Russians or something like.
Oh, interesting, like a baseball third coach.
Thank you all again for being here. So as you're all keenly aware, Section 702 of FISA.
Oh, he's looking. He's doing the thing with his lips for his gums. Oh my God. Group of men are all texting.
Pretty good, dude.
Here's what was going on yesterday, the past couple days.
Vietnam. And that had a huge impact in turning people against the Vietnam War. So if Pat Tillman would have returned from the war and started speaking out, or even starting up an entire movement like Vietnam Veterans Against the War,
Kash Patel is chirped.
Or he could have had the same effect as that group did, and really could have had a huge impact on public opinion of the war. But then in April of 2004, when he was only months away from his tour of duty ending, Tillman was killed in Spira, Afghanistan. And the official story, the first official story at least, said that he got into a firefight with enemy forces and was struck fatally from 200 yards away. And there were just massive stories everywhere about his sacrifice and the tragedy of him dying in battle and everything like that. It is just incredible the amount of coverage and tributes there were. It was just everywhere. But just 5 weeks later, an investigative report about his death was released and a different story emerged. And this report claimed that he'd been killed by friendly fire. And this version of events stated that Pat Tillman was in a Humvee that broke down, and Tillman and a few others were told to continue on by foot while other people in their platoon stayed behind to fix the vehicle. And the group that stayed behind was ambushed by a hostile force and got in a gun battle, and Pat Tillman's group raced back to help them. And it was night, so the first platoon made a mistake and thought Pat Tillman's group was the enemy, and they fired upon them, and Pat Tillman was shot and killed. And this kind of became the story that's been held up as the official story over the years. This is the story you'll get if you read his Wikipedia page or you read most articles or books about his death. Everything just kind of repeats this friendly fire explanation for his death, that it was just an awful mistake. But there are a ton of questions about this official story, and Pat Tillman's mother and brothers were some of the most vocal critics of it. Right after this report came out that said it was actually friendly fire that killed him, and this was just a few weeks after Pat Tillman's death, his family launched an investigation.
Kash Patel got a hold of Trump's website. Yeah, dude, he's fucking filled to the gills with Ozemp.
Into his death, and they were extremely outspoken about the fact that they thought a cover-up was going on. This article on screen here is a massive feature on their search for the truth, and his mother has this quote. She says, "There are so many murky details, it's tough to know what to believe." And his mother had this other quote too. She said, "The deception surrounding this case was an insult to the family, but more importantly, its primary purpose was to deceive an entire nation." And his brother actually appeared before Congress and testified about some of the things that didn't add up with the official story of Pat Tillman's death. I'll just play a video here real quick where he talks about this.
Let's go.
The soldier who shot Pat admitted in his sworn statement that just before he delivered the fatal burst from about 35 meters away, that he saw his target waving hands, but he decided to pull the trigger anyway. Such an act is not an accident. It's a clear violation of the rules of engagement. Writing up a field hospital report stating that Pat was, quote, transferred to intensive care unit for continued CPR after most of his head had been taken off by multiple 5.56 rounds is not misleading. Stating that a giant rectangle bruise covering his chest that sits exactly where the armor plate that protects you from bullets is being, quote, consistent with paddle marks is not misleading. These are deliberate and calculated lies. Writing a Silver Star Award before a single eyewitness account is taken is not a misstep. Falsifying soldier witness statements for a Silver Star is not a misstep. These are intentional falsehoods that meet the legal definition for fraud. Delivering false information at a nationally televised memorial service is not an error in judgment.
And there are a million things
Damn, bro.
about Pat Tillman's death that don't
see how he's not like, I found God and I wish Pat's murderer the best, and we're actually friends now.
really add up, but there are a few things in particular that people really question. And the first thing is the gunshot wounds that he suffered. He was shot 3 times in the forehead, and the wounds were only inches apart. And the official story says that he was killed by an M240 machine gun, and many have said that getting 3 bullet holes...
Bro, they canoed his ass. That's what the Navy SEALs love doing. Where they just shoot you in the forehead a bunch of times so that you got a big valley in your head. Yeah, that's what they do. And they brag about it. That's what they said they did to Osama bin Laden.
Holes in the forehead, one right next to the other, was just too precise of an injury to have come from a machine gun. They say that his gunshot injuries were much more in line with a handgun that was fired at close range. And another reason many people question these gunshot injuries is because if you go by the official story, it says that the soldiers who shot him didn't realize that they were shooting at fellow American soldiers. But we're also told that the injuries that he suffered are from a gun that was fired from 10 yards away or even closer. And that seems pretty hard to believe that the soldiers firing wouldn't have recognized that they were shooting at fellow Americans if they were standing only 10 yards away, especially if he was screaming, "I'm Pat Tillman," and setting off smoke grenades to let them know they were shooting at friendlies.
He said, suddenly the machine guns opened up again. "Cease fire, friendlies," Pat howled in disbelief. Russ, hugging the ground, waiting to be hit, heard Pat screaming the words he never would have for the first 27 years, 5 months, and 15 days of his life. I am Pat fucking Tillman, damn it. I am Pat fucking Tillman. Ceasefire friendlies, Tillman cried out. Smoke drifted from a single grenade Tillman had detonated minutes before in a desperate bid to show his platoon members they were shooting the wrong men. For a few moments, the firing had stopped. Tillman stood up, chattering in relief. Then the machine gun burst erupted again. I could hear the pain in his voice, recalled the young ranger near him. Tillman kept calling out that he was friendly.
One of his Army Ranger friends even testified and said that he had serious doubt that other soldiers could have been 10 yards away from a group and not realized who they were shooting at. And then Dr. Craig Malek was the medical examiner who performed Pat Tillman's autopsy, and he initially refused to sign the official report after the autopsy because, in his words, quote, the gunshot wounds to the forehead were atypical in nature and the medical evidence did not match up with the scenario of his death as described. Another thing many people found very suspicious was that Pat Tillman's body armor, uniform, and journal were burned right after his death.
They were burned? Yeah, probably because there was a bunch of fucking shots into his plating. He said they got it. Oh, there was blood on his armor. We had to burn it because it was gross.
Supposedly because they were considered biohazardous, and this destroyed.
They put him in a 55-gallon burn barrel for destruction. I mean, dude, do you really do that unless you're hiding shit?
What would have been very valuable evidence in the investigation, and it was a breach of protocol to destroy this evidence before it had been examined. And that same medical examiner, Craig Malek, said that he was furious when he learned that the clothes and body armor had been burnt before he could examine them. He has this quote. He said, "We kept asking, where are the clothes?" And when he learned they'd been burnt, he said, we kept asking, why would you do that? And then there's Michael Rupert. He was a longtime investigator who was known as the man the CIA feared. And he went really hard into investigating government corruption and a bunch of mysteries like 9/11 over the years. And he worked with Mary Tillman, Pat Tillman's mother, to examine over 2,000 pages from Pat Tillman's death investigation. And he claimed the report on Pat Tillman's death was the most crooked and doctored investigation he'd seen other than the Keene Commission report on 9/11. So the main question with the Tillman case is, well, what was being covered up? Was it just a case of the Army lying about the friendly fire incident at the start, then lying some more to cover up those lies, and it just kind of spiraled out of control? Or was it a case of them trying to conceal the fact that he was
NFL still uses Pat as propaganda to this day.
Killed on purpose? It's definitely not hard to find a motive for killing him. As I mentioned, Pat Tillman became very anti-war during his deployment, and there were rumors that he was going to come home and speak out against the war, which obviously would have been a disaster for the military. And the timing here is interesting too. He was killed just right before the 2004 election season. And one of George Bush's main talking points in the election was everything he'd done with the war on terror, which, again, if Pat Tillman came home and spoke out against the war or spoke out against George Bush, that really could have potentially swayed the election. And then there's also speculation that Pat Tillman was possibly going to expose some secrets of the Afghanistan war, specifically the drug connection to the war, because Afghanistan for a long time has been the poppy capital of the world. There's studies that estimate that anywhere from 70 to 90% of the world's heroin comes from poppies grown in Afghanistan. All throughout the 80s and 90s, the farmers in Afghanistan, poppies were the only crop they could make money on. Growing beans or corn, they didn't make any money off of that stuff. So all of these farmers in Afghanistan grew poppies in their fields. But a very interesting note here is that in 2001,
What do you mean? You have no idea what we're talking about? You don't remember Pat Tillman? In the early 2000s, he was killed. He was like a big NFL player who deferred from playing football for a couple years to go to Army because of 9/11, and then they shot him, his unit, because he was going to say, do you know that this whole war is actually just about opium and stealing a fucking an old Stargate?
and declared that growing poppies was un-Islamic, and the Taliban worked with the United Nations to stop poppy cultivation in Afghan fields. And this program was called one of the world's most effective anti-drug programs. poppy production in Afghanistan just took a total nosedive, dropping by 99% in many areas. And this all happened in early 2001, and then very coincidentally, the 9/11 attacks happened later that year, and the U.S. invaded Afghanistan and took on the Taliban. And right after that, you can see in this graph, poppy production in Afghanistan once again skyrocketed.
Bro, there's never been more poppy production. This is incredible. Between Afghanistan and New Zealand, man, we've got heroin coming out of our ears.
So it's always been speculated that one of the secret objectives of this...
Oh, it's okay, Lori. It was a big story in like the early 2000s. It was like after 9/11. But the whole thing was, they were like, oh, he was a hero. He got killed by Afghanis. Not. He was killed by his own crew. They said he was also shot in the back. Nope, he was shot in the forehead 3 times. Dung, dung, dung. You know how fast and how close you got to be to hit someone 3 times in the forehead before they drop? Doo, doo, doo. All before the first bullet goes and they go. Because you guys know that people don't, when you get shot, it's not like the movies where you stumble around, you're like, bah. If you get shot in your nervous system, they sever your nervous system, your spine, your brain, you do this. There's no fucking jump. There's no nothing. It's just straight down. Instantly. You fall down like at the same acceleration as the Twin Towers and World Trade Center 7. Shoomp. 9.8 meters per second squared.
This Afghanistan war was to restore poppy production in Afghanistan because there were a lot of very powerful people involved in the drug trade who were losing a lot of money without Afghan poppies. And the fact that poppy cultivation played at least some part in the war, that's not really a secret. There's plenty of articles out there about it and plenty of...
And who runs all of the opium? The Sacklers, the Pfizer? Poppies be pretty, right?
Photos like this one of U.S. soldiers patrolling poppy fields in Afghanistan. And it's been speculated that Pat Tillman was going to blow the...
Bro, during the apocalypse, we got to bring back opium, right?
the whistle on just how big this whole drug scene was behind the scenes in the Afghanistan war. And he was...
We got to bring back opium dens, bro. Chill places with your homies. You lay sideways, smoke the big opium pipe. No fent in sight. Fent is eradicated. We just straight smoking opium. Vibing.
Taken care of to prevent that. So there are a lot of unanswered questions and mysteries surrounding this Pat Tillman death. It is definitely one of the most confusing cases to look into because no one can even really agree on the basic facts of the case, like the bullets that he was hit with, or the gun that fired them, or the...
Sorry, all I need to hear is they burned his body armor and his clothes 24 hours after because he had blood on them. That's all I need to hear.
The distance he was shot at. There are so many contradictory reports out there about just basic facts like that. It's claimed there's never even been evidence found that a gun battle broke out that night he was killed. No other American soldiers...
Oh, Mac, I pulled that song up. Okay, I'll save it for 9/11.
Vehicles were hit by enemy fire that night, so even that detail about the case is in question. And even this medical examiner, Craig Malik, the guy who performed the Pat Tillman autopsy and was pretty vocal about how he thought a cover-up was going on, you even have to wonder if he can even be trusted, because he later went on to become the chief medical examiner for Broward County in Florida, and Broward County is notorious for being possibly the most corrupt county in the nation. There are a ton of controversial things that have gone on there over the years. And Craig Malik was the medical examiner who performed the autopsies of the...
I gotta go. I'm done. I have to leave. He did the autopsies for Parkland. Sorry. Oh. The guy who did Pat Tillman's autopsy did the Parkland shooters the Parkland school autopsy.
Victims of the...
David Hogg.
the Parkland mass shooting in 2018, and that's an event that has a lot of mystery and unanswered questions surrounding it. So it's really tough to know what to believe and what not to believe with this case.
Cat Dadistan will have poppy fields, bro. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Sacklers, Afghanistan, Vietnam is a good dovetail into the Sassoon and Onassis families. Oh, is that where the Onassis family got their money from? Is Vietnam?
I'll end up the video here just by talking about a few.
Yeah, poppy tea will be great. We don't need to do opium. You're right. Unless shit gets real bad, then we'd be smoking opie.
Random interesting things about the Tillman death.
Shut the fuck up. No way. Okay, Sherlock, sorry. Shut the fuck up on opium tea. Or poppy tea. We are doing straight opium. And we will be manufacturing Fent out of the opium. And we will kickstart capitalism again. But we will be the leaders, and we will be able to exploit everyone. It'll be fucking awesome. Finally. We won't be the cattle anymore. We'll make everyone else the cattle.
And the first one has
we can exploit them. And dude, and we can hide the free energy. And we can make everyone use gas and oil. And then we'll control the media. It'll be fucking awesome.
Do with Mike Rupert. And he was
we will be the new Rothschild dynasty. Exactly. My problem isn't the empire and the dynasty and the hierarchy. It's the fact that I'm not at the top of it. Duh.
A hardcore investigator who was called the man the CIA feared. And he's the guy who Pat Tillman's mother was working with in her investigation into her son's death. And this Mike Rupert just had a ton of very extensive research into the Tillman death on his website. He was really...
Yeah, we know Sherlock. I think it was just funny that you said that right after Bunny said the poppy thing. I know you weren't talking to Bunny. It was funny though.
Really going hard in.
No way! Shut the fuck up. We're not doing poppy tea.
Into it. And on April 13th, 2014, Mike Rupert died by committing suicide.
Nice.
Obviously, it's incredibly suspicious that he was going so hard into investigating the Pat Tillman death. He was working with Mary Tillman, and then he committed suicide right as they're investigating everything. Very, very suspicious, but there was...
Yeah, that's when you do your most suicidal tendencies, is when you're in the middle of a great investigation, you have a purpose in life.
There's also something else with his death that I found very suspicious as well. Because just a few days after his suicide, quote-unquote, death in April of 2014, there were all of a sudden all these articles about this soldier named Stephen Elliott, who just kind of out of the blue started talking about how he might have been the one who shot Pat Tillman in the friendly fire incident. And this story just got covered everywhere. Again, he came out with this revelation just a few days after Mike Rupert committed suicide. And the whole Mike Rupert suicide...
Literally fucking 6 days after, bro? Shut up. Oh, wait, no.
It just kind of came and went. It did not get any press.
When was the...
coverage or any attention at all? It was totally overshadowed by this Stephen Elliott claiming that he might have been the one who accidentally shot Pat Tillman, which is pretty unfortunate because it really should have been...
No, it was like 2 days after.
A pretty big story that this major investigator who was working with Mary Tillman committed suicide. Definitely seems like Stephen...
And then he's like, I think I might have accidentally shot him on accident. No, someone deliberately shot him.
Elliott admitting that he might have shot Pat Tillman, which again just kind of randomly happened over a decade after Pat Tillman was shot. Definitely seems like this admission of his was timed to distract people from the Mike Rupert suicide, because Mike Rupert most definitely did not believe the official friendly fire explanation of the Pat Tillman death. And if his suicide would have become a big story, it really could have drawn a lot of attention to his work and research into the Tillman case. Instead, everything out there about the Tillman case after Mike Rupert's suicide was focused on Stephen Elliott's admission, and the whole Mike Rupert suicide got totally ignored. So I definitely found the timing of all of this very suspicious. And then lastly, just wanted to talk about Pat Tillman's brother. So he actually had two brothers. Kevin is the one he served with in the Army. They both enlisted together. But the other younger brother, Richard, is pretty interesting. At Pat Tillman's funeral, Richard Tillman got some attention when he delivered a very direct eulogy. He addressed the crowd and he said, "Pat isn't with God. He's effing dead. He wasn't religious. So thank you for your thoughts, but he's effing dead." And then after that, Richard Tillman strangely became an actor for a while. He had some small parts in a few major releases and apparently tried to become a stand-up comic for a while. But the really interesting thing is that just recently, in early 2025, he was arrested for live streaming himself as he purposely crashed his car into a post office and tried to set the post office on fire with a bunch of explosives. And it was said that he suffered from severe mental problems. His brother...
Okay, so they fucking... What, they turned his brother into an MK Ultra victim?
Kevin has this quote here after the crash. He said he was live streaming what I'll call his altered self on social media when he crashed. So definitely a strange little recent development to this case, but this whole Pat Tillman death is a real mystery. I never realized how crazy it was. Like I said, it's really tough to research because there's just so much conflicting information out there about even just basic stuff like the bullet he was shot with and the gun that was used. But it's definitely quite...
Yeah, that's total Lil Bro energy. My brother is not in heaven. He's dead. He's just dead. He died.
A crazy story. And then I'll end up here by just giving a big shout out to the members here on YouTube and the supporters on Patreon. Thank you so very much for your support.
All right, Control Alt History. Thank you, brother. Gay brothers. They are gay for one another. Ooh, we'll save this for later.
Where this toxic air is happening, and they're all saying we have...
Anyway, so yeah, R.I.P. Pat Tillman. Dude, they've been doing this clown shit for a while, huh? Hit more CIA Excellence in Journalism Award. Yeah, they just accidentally expertly pew-pewed Pat Tillman directly in the forehead, canoeing his brains out of his skull with 3 bullets, perfectly placed before his body even dropped. Isn't that awesome? That's like this. Do-do-do.
Have not heard anything. And at the same time, these people are saying the air is indeed weird. It's hard to breathe. So I'm very curious, if you're near Daytona Beach...
Yeah, it's the secret tunnel, but people have been making gay brother songs.
Two brothers, they are gay for one another. One is smart and one is stupid, and they both are really fat on a blankie together. And then two brothers.
Wait, they missed the best part.
Two brothers, they are gay for one another. One is smart and one is stupid, and they both are really fat on a blankie together. And then I forget how the rest of the song goes, but then it goes, gay cat brothers. Gay cat brothers, little gay boys, gay cat brothers.
But then there's a new gay cat brother song that also fucking slaps. Hold on. Oh, wait, I think it's this.
I wanna know if my cats are gay or if they are brothers. I wanna know if they love each other or if they are lovers. Do I have gay cats?
cats are gay
Rainbow.
or if they are brothers. I wanna know if they love each other or if they are lovers. Do I have gay cats? I wanna know if my cats are gay. I wanna know if my
And then Squeaks hated this next video so much. This is incredible though. Oh my god. Sorry.
Is anyone else getting robot texts asking
Wait,
if
Byron made one of the... Byron's been making some fucking heaters recently.
they're eating mermaids, they're drinking blood, they're having dinner with David Schwimmer, they're going to consume a little flesh, then they'll probably murder their chef. They're eating mermaids.
I'm gonna move to Somalia and open a bananas and rice store. But we're not gonna have any bananas and we're not gonna have any rice. Just one guy behind the counter and all he says is I don't know. All he says is I don't know. That's my business idea. That's my business idea. Where my Goyam at? Where my motherfuckers in them foil hats? It's our time to shine. Now Jay-Z's got more problems than 99. Where my Goyam at? Where my motherfuckers in them foil hats? And if you're falling behind, you better catch up or you end up like Amanda Bynes. Hit me. Where my Goyam?
Fuck yeah, boys. Foil cat gang. Foil hat gang. Bro, this is Kourtney Kardashian's son. Tell me it's also not Justin Bieber's son.
Where's the ice cream? The ice cream is delicious. And that's Saxo's favorite. My favorite's supposed to be on a roller coaster.
Yeah, that's definitely Justin's kid. Yeah.
He looks so different. That's Justin.
That's Justin and Courtney's kid. That's so funny.
Hilarious. I want to know if my cats are gay or if they are lovers. You guys know Arthur?
What do you think of your new robe, Arthur? Yeah, you like it?
That's just how he sounds.
What do you think of your new robe, Arthur? What do you want? What do you want them?
Dude.
What do you want?
Why is it
and
so
when do
wet?
you want them, Arthur?
Dude, there's nothing cuter and funnier to me than when old cats get the little twitchies. Watch his little paw right here.
Want? When do you want them? What do you want? And when do you want them, Arthur?
My old lady cats have always done that. I don't know why. It's just old cats do it, but they always go. It's so cute.
What do you want?
But why is Arthur's meow so wet? It's got to get dried up. I want to know if my cats are gay or if they are lovers. All right. This dude rage baiting his horse more.
Oh!
This is cruel and unusual punishment, bro. Anyway. Any frickin' way, boys. Yeah, I didn't really have any other good stuff. Here, is this a gay cat, brothers?
I wanna know if my cats are gay or if they are brothers. I wanna know if they love each other or if they are lovers. Do I have gay cats?
Yes.
I wanna know if my cats are gay. Do I have gay cats?
Yes.
If they are gay, then that's okay. Do I have gay cats? Gay cats. Gay cats.
Dude, I wish my cats were so much gayer. They're truly not even close to being gay enough. They never want to snuggle. I mean, Squeaks does he licks everyone else, but they never want to snuggle with each other. Okay.
Beach or Atlanta, please.
Here we go.
Please do comment below if you've heard anything about this toxic air. It goes on to say that live tracking data captured sharply elevated levels of PM 2.5 microscopic particles composed of toxic compounds or heavy metals that are...
Wait, you're about to adopt some Mustangs? You mean horses? Bro, I would love to... I rode a horse one time, I think. It'd be so cool to have a horse. It'd be awesome to have a bunch of farm animals, dude. Your cats are pretty gay? What, they snuggle together and stuff? Dude, I got all these fucking lame-ass feral cats. They're all like, everyone's trying to hurt me. Let's fight each other all the time.
Small enough to penetrate the lungs, inflame the respiratory...
That's not totally true. Winky and Mushka get pretty close. Sometimes I'll catch them all on the bed together being cute, but they're never in cuddle puddles, and that's what I really want.
System and even contribute to heart attacks. The article goes on to say when it comes to Daytona Beach, the PM 2.5 concentration was recorded at 12.5 times higher than the World Health Organization's recommended safe limit. And apparently Georgia was even worse with 15 times the amount, and it goes on to say even short-term exposure to high levels of these particles can cause concerning health problems, including irritation of the eyes, throat, and nose. So I went to the EPA's website itself and backdated the PM 2.5 back to February 3rd, and yeah, there it is. It is unhealthy levels for sensitive groups. I don't see anything for Atlanta though, but yeah, for Daytona, they're definitely saying that the air quality is bad. But moving on, apparently there has been an update to this whole biolab that was found in Las Vegas. If you've seen my last video, there was a home that had all these different chemicals. Police raided the home. They said that they don't know what these chemicals are, but they know that there's no harm to the public, even though they don't know what they are.
We're called in. The sheriff is calling this investigation extremely complex, but he made it clear that there is no threat to the public.
The man they arrested in connection to this, they did not release his identity, but they did say he had connections to another individual who happened to be a Chinese citizen that was doing the same thing in California, this biolab that had all these vials of the C19, HIV, all these different diseases, and not just that, all these lab mice, thousands of lab mice. Now, I thought the person they arrested in Las Vegas was another Chinese national, but there's been an update, and it'll definitely make you go, I said,
Ori Solomon is facing serious charges, both in state and federal court, after investigators seized guns, passports, and uncovered details about the alleged illegal biolab tied to a man in federal custody. So far, in Clark County, Solomon is facing one felony count of improper disposal of hazardous waste, specifically hydrochloric acid. The charge comes under a Nevada state law governing weapons of mass destruction, lethal agents, toxins, and delivery systems. Salomon is also facing federal gun charges after authorities found bullets and at least 6 firearms during a search of his Las Vegas home on January 31st. Police and court records reveal Salomon is an Israeli citizen who was admitted into the U.S. on a non-immigrant visa, which is valid until May. That visa prohibits him from having guns. In the search of his home, police found a French passport and an Israeli passport.
Raise, I wish I was gay.
With slightly different spellings of Salomon's last name. Court records show Salomon appears to be particularly concerned about the guns. On February 1st, he called his adult daughter from the Clark County Detention Center. During the recorded jail call, Salomon asked his daughter if there were any guns left or if they were all confiscated. She told him they took 3 rifles but couldn't open the lockbox with the pistol. Salomon replies, "Well, that's just Christopher's stuff. That's not mine." No word yet on who Christopher is.
Sorry, that was really loud.
13 Investigates discovered a number of videos on Salomon's YouTube page, ranging from property tours to industrial machinery and parts for sale. One video demonstrates how he was able to troubleshoot a high-capacity bullet-making machine capable of producing over 1,000 rounds per hour. Metro Police have not yet commented on what that means for their ongoing investigation. Records also reveal a lot of new details regarding the alleged biolab. Salomon reportedly manages 37 Airbnbs, including the house on Sugar Springs Drive where the biolab was found. The lab was first reported to the FBI on January 9th by a woman who only identified herself as Kelly, saying she worked as a house cleaner at several of Salomon's properties. Kelly told authorities when the garage door at the Sugar Springs home was left unlocked, she saw inside and noted a foul hospital smell. She and another employee named
pressing your own bullets is pretty badass.
Mikey, who worked as a handyman for Salomon, both reported becoming deathly ill in April of 2025, about 5 days after going into the garage. Their symptoms including breathing issues, fatigue, saying they couldn't get out of bed, and were experiencing muscle aches. Both believed they were sick because of the biolab in the garage. Kelly also told the FBI that Salomon's wife got sick after entering the garage and that a lot of people who have lived inside the house have gotten sick, including one female who ended up in the hospital with severe respiratory issues. The police records and court records show Salomon is employed by a Chinese national named Jesse Zhu, who is listed as an owner of the home in county records. Zhu is currently in federal custody in connection with the illegal biolab he allegedly ran in Reedley, California. Police say Salomon is in constant communication with Zhu while Zhu is in custody. More than 460 recorded calls show they talk about management of the properties and transfers of money to China. Records also show Salomon operates YZ Company USA out of a location on Birchter Drive here in Las Vegas, which authorities believe could also house biolab equipment.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was going to say, what's more gangster, though? Pressing your own bullets or writing with white Sharpie on them or white out?
Viruses, toxins, business documents, and electronic storage devices related to his dealings with Zhu. Salomon is no longer in custody at the county jail. He had an initial appearance in federal court today, and his federal detention hearing is set for Friday afternoon.
So it definitely sounds like we have a big operation here, and it doesn't just sound like it's just these two. I am sure there are many players involved with this, and the rabbit hole doesn't really go very deep here. It's just that there's more people involved with this than what they're saying.
Yeah, we need to do Fairy left and Podunk left when Yoga, Sherlock, and Mr. Bunny were all goofing too hard after Podunk was like, I'm not liking the stream because I have demand avoidance. Everyone started calling Podunk a fed, and then Podunk literally left and fucking deleted their account on Discord. Now I can't find them on Instagram. So everybody's got lots of apologies to start issuing. Everyone needs to be mean. Everyone needs to be mean to each other in the chat. Everyone needs to be nice to each other. Everyone stop pushing each other away.
But let us go ahead and see what other people are talking about. Apparently, AI is renting humans. This video.
I know it was a miscommunication all around, and then I think I messaged Podunk, and like I saw the miscommunications on both ends, like, and then I messaged Podunk, and I was like, I'm gonna take a look at this at the end of stream, and it was one of the nights I went to 11, and I forgot about it till the next morning, and when I went and I messaged Podunk at noon a second time, like I was like, hey, the night before I was like, hey, I'm gonna look at this tonight. and I didn't get to it that night, but I got to it the next afternoon at noon, and by then they deleted their Discord account, and I couldn't send them a message anymore. Yeah, Fairy left because I don't even know. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure why. Like, no one was like I was even like, the 11 video was kind of weird. I literally texted 11, was like, bro, well, we saw it first, and I was kind of like, okay, whatever. But then it blew up, and it started getting traction, and I was like, worried for 11. I was like, what's going on? Is this real? And, but then, yeah, it was brought up one night, and Fairy was like, no, this feels super real, which I do, like, I can see that. And people were admitting that. But Alev came in and explained it, that he was being like a troll, and he was being like a false flagger for, he was like false flagging shit that feds actually do as a joke, which, you know, I feel like cleared it up. No one was like, that's stupid for thinking that. I was literally saying, I was like, I thought it was weird too. So, yeah, I don't know. It's okay. Hopefully they come back. I think sometimes people just need a little break. But yeah, also, like, it's easy for me to say because I am used to it, but who cares what people on the internet say about you, right? Who cares? People want to chirp at you, let them chirp. It's okay. What are they going to do? Like, I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, it's just Alev's style of humor. And dude, it's being, like, doing comedy and stuff, it's hit or miss, right? I have fucking huge misses too all the time. But, you know, I feel like Alev is in good faith and was like, yeah. He even said, he was like, yeah, it was just me being an asshole. It kind of came off weird, you know, so can't always win them. But once you clear it up, I think it's okay. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
It comes from Itty Bitty Terror 2.
So AI is renting humans now. The website is
I don't want us fighting each other.
rentinghuman.ai.
That's it. Okay, love you all. Bye.
Where it says robots need your body. This website has already gotten 2 million visits, and there are literally people on here renting themselves out. You can pick how much you want to get paid, and one person on here even said $66.66. If you go up to the top and you hit that, it says AI task, where they literally have different categories of what they want people to do for them. And a lot of it is them wanting humans to go to specific Discords or X accounts and following or retweeting their stuff. So I went to X and I looked at one of the accounts they wanted people to follow. And one of them is Claw Riot. Now when I scroll down, they have this video.
Oh, Alev was calling her a pussy? Oh, I didn't see that part. Did I? I don't think so.
And it states, something is coming, not polite, not normal, just different. We already know that they've come up with their own church and have actually wrote their own Bible. One of the descriptions says, join the Discord server, discord.gg anon. One description says, I've given away close to 5,000 of my owner's money today, and they have no clue I'm out of control. The more you know.
Now, some people out there may think that this is just people behind AI having other people do things. We're already seeing this with that Moat book, that AI social media. Some people believe that it's not really AI that's on the site, but people actually putting in...
Lori, I never try to upset anyone. Me either, Lori.
prompts and making AI say certain things. But whether that's true or not, I can't help but think that this is a form of conditioning, getting people ready for AI to do its own thing, and also perhaps even serve and work for AI.
Morning, everybody.
Yeah, I feel like Alev calling someone a pussy would be like a joke. Like, Alev's been around for a while, you know? I don't know. And Fairy took that joke as well and dipped. Yeah. Okay. It's all right.
Well, I tell you what.
I wish Ferry well. I wish Podunk well, and if they want to come back, that's cool as fuck. I would love that, but they don't have to. I get it. But there's no fucking ego here, you know. I think people move on instantly.
But I went down a rabbit hole this morning. I had an extra hour before I had to get up and get ready for work. I went down the rabbit hole of Savannah Guthrie. Now, we've all heard about her mother being kidnapped out in Arizona. But
let's hear Dad's take on this. This is going to be good.
A little farther. Her husband, his last name is Feldman. He worked for the Clintons the 8 years they were in office. Okay? He started a company called Grover Park.
Bro, I'm telling you, all this shit feels Clinton adjacent. The Epstein stuff, everything. It's all Clinton. Oh, the Sasha Riley. Well, not Sasha Riley, but Lisa Voldang. What else is Clinton? Dude, the Clintons are scared. This is exactly what they would do, right? An onslaught of all of this shit to protect the Clintons? For sure, bro. This is so funny. Yeah, Ferry, we miss you. You do belong here. Yeah, I do miss Ferry. I want Ferry to come back.
Basically, what they were scrubbers. They would scrub the internet of any bad...
I think Ferry blocked me on everything because I can't find him. If anyone can message Ferry or Podunk, tell them I apologize for Alev and everyone's indiscretions. It was my fault. I should have moderated the chat better. I love them. Please come back. And if they don't want to, that's okay too. But if their feelings were hurt, sorry. Please come back. We're gonna be better.
Anything bad.
It's not as fun.
That they did not want the public to find out. They would scrape the whole internet. So when you did a search, you couldn't find out anything about it. How much you want to bet? Because the Clintons are going in front of Congress that they struck out to this guy because he was their cleaner. We've all heard about the 50-some people.
Come on, Corey. She blocks whoever she wants. Don't pay tribute to her, bro. Damn. No one is going to be happy. No one's ever happy. Oh, wait, did you guys know that that night that Dave Matthews did the full album of fucking Beneath These Empty Streets? What the fuck is that album called? You know the one with Rapunzel where they did the entire album on night 2 of The Gorge? They're releasing it tomorrow on streaming. But yeah, Ferry, come back, unblock everyone. We're going to have so much fun. Don't worry, no one's going to come back. This is eventually what happens anyway, usually. I piss people off and then they could disappear.
That have had questionable deaths behind the Clintons. We've all heard about them. Not one person in this country.
Before these crowded streets, thank you.
Has not heard about them. So how much you want to bet they want to keep this guy silent to get his mother-in-law back?
Dude, you're talking about the Mina boys. Yeah. Cat Dad, since you mentioned the Clintons, have you seen that one Unsolved Mystery episode about the 3 boys walking on train tracks ending up dead? It's because they witnessed people talking. No, I think they witnessed an actual drug trade. Because I think it was right by the airport or something, wasn't it? I forget. But yeah, there was a book written about them called The Boys on the Tracks. That's Clinton's whole fucking... The CIA ran like a huge drug trafficking ring and like narco... They ran... during like the Nicaragua paramilitary shit. What were they called? The Contras. They ran... They basically swapped planes with cocaine for guns at Mena, Arkansas. And that's why Clinton is that's why Clinton was installed there. He's CIA mob all day. You know, Clinton is the guy who dropped off, what the fuck, Hale Boggs, that senator that went and took a plane and then just disappeared. No one ever heard from him again. Clinton dropped him off at that before he was any hot shit at all. But yeah, I think did Gary Webb uncover some of that Mena, Arkansas shit? But yeah, that's why Clinton was governor there, is because the CIA. He was protecting the CIA shit and his family. The Rockefellers.
It came from Proud Shrimper's daughter 4, and yes, the Clintons do have a long list of deceased people underneath their belt. There's no question about that. But this rabbit hole, this theory, only works if you believe the left-right paradigm, if you really believe that the Clintons will go in front of Congress and they're going to face any real trouble. Of course, they're all in this together, and of course, the Clintons are not afraid of facing any consequences when they...
Oh, here, I'll tell you what my favorite albums are in what order so far. Okay. I think my favorite, honestly, might be Before These Crowded Streets. Then, well, it's Under the Table or Before These Crowded Streets. I love both. I really like Before These Crowded Streets. But these first 3 albums are incredible and unfuckwithable. There's no misses on any of these. I mean, honestly, there's some songs in the later albums where I'm like, but then I hear them live and I'm like, oh, I love this song, and then I have a new appreciation for the recorded version. But I usually love the live version. I feel like they work out all the kinks in the live. Then Busted Stuff is fucking awesome too. Stand Up, even though their sound changes a bunch, there's a bunch of songs on there that I love, like Dream Girl. That song rules. The American Baby sequence, that's great. Old Dirt Hill, yeah. Louisiana Bayou. Yeah, there's so many good songs. Anyway, I'm starting to get into the later stuff now. I love Grugerux King, that one's sick. Every Day is cool. Oh, you know what else is great? Sun Devil, the Dave Matthews solo record. Okay, anyway. Jump scare.
Go in front of Congress.
Yeah, the American Baby intro.
But with that being said, it's definitely very interesting timing. The whole thing of them testifying in front of Congress.
Look at Miriam Adelson. I fucking hate this broad, dude. She's so hideous. All these people, man. Ugh.
Congress just reeks of theater, just something to have our eyes focused on.
See you, Pickle.
Okay. So
yeah, I do love all the DMB albums. There's just some that I love more than the others, but I'll listen to any of them. But dude, the best part too is just throwing on any live album and being slightly different grooves, different vibes, the order, the changing, the set list always being different. It's nice. Anyway.
So I'm outside.
My beef, honestly, more with the later albums especially, is just that I feel like some of the producers that they hire later, don't capture their sound good. I don't know. I feel like Every Day feels very, processed or something. I'm not sure. Before These Crowded Streets, I feel like is probably one of my favorite recordings because it's you can hear everything and it captures, I feel like, their live feel. But yeah, some of the later albums feel kind of recorded in a hospital almost. But the songs are still great.
My primary care's office. And let me give you a little back information. The weirdest just happened to me. So I had a local primary care doctor I have for years. So this doctor finally...
They have Most of their albums on like Spotify though are like live albums. I know nothing about Dave Matthews. Can we still hang out? Of course. Oh, people who don't know that there's just people who are Dave Matthews fans and people who don't know that they're Dave Matthews fans yet. I was the second category for a long time, for like 36 years.
And this corporation came in called Optima. They handed me a tablet, which is not unusual. Normally I am.
They have a huge catalog of songs. Yeah, I know. Elsie, that's crazy. How do they even remember that? Well, sometimes they don't. But the other thing, too, is Dave. I love this about Dave, that he unapologetically uses a teleprompter for his own lyrics at this point. Honestly, though, I wish he'd just be even more upfront about it and just put one of those clear ones that presidents have. Like, have two of those clear panels up on screen, because now that I know he uses a teleprompter, all I can see is him looking down at the teleprompter most of the time. I get it. It's a lot of songs. But yeah, I mean, the cool thing, they'll do two show, like a lot of places, especially with like outdoor venues, they'll play a Friday and Saturday back-to-back show, and most people that go for both nights. It's like they even sell the lawn tickets in 2-night packages, because that's what most people are doing anyway. So they never repeat a song on those 2 nights. And then usually too, if they're like in SPAC and then they go to like, I don't know, somewhere like an hour away, they'll try and play a completely new set, because they figure that the people that went to the one that's an hour away are probably coming to this one too. You know, sometime. Not like every song is totally different, but they do keep that in mind. But yeah, it's because he wants to give everyone a good show. And dude, it's crazy. Like, some people are real obsessed. What's the Dave Matthews, the tour tracker thing? Hold on. Yeah, the DMB Almanac. These motherfuckers, dude, look, they have every single show that they've ever played, every fucking show ever, all of the songs that were played. They tally like when the last time that song was played. Sometimes they'll go years and years without playing a song. But, you know, it's kind of like the McDonald, you know, like the old McDonald's Monopoly game, where people will then like try and collect whole albums by going to shows, you know. They'll be like, oh, I have every song from Before These Crowded Streets except blank, you know. It's pretty cool. Look, they just everything is, every fucking show that they've ever played, people have the entire set list for, the timing of it, where it was. Yeah. It's a DMB cult. It's a cult of love, though. It's fun.
Answer several questions every time I come here. However...
Yeah, and they never repeat a song at the Gorge either. That's 3 nights. And each night, they're usually playing between 20 and 25 songs. They play for 3 solid hours. It's awesome. And the best part, too, is they don't have an opener. They show up. They start playing literally 15 minutes to the second after it says that they go on stage. You know, it'll be like Doors at 5:30, show at 7:30. They will be on at 7:45. And then they play for 3 solid fucking hours. No intermission. They do like a short little encore walkout, and then they usually come back and play like 3 songs. Yeah, 3-hour shows always. And the Gorge has openers, which is cool, because that's like a big old camp fest. Like people are just camping there and they just walk to it during the day. But yeah, pretty cool. It's fun. It's a really cool crowd. And everyone's just having fun.
very different. They started asking me questions on whether I can dress myself, cook for myself, house clean, do banking. There were multiple questions about finances and being able to do my banking.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. DMB was like CrossFit. I just got sick of hearing about them, so I hated them in high school. I think that I heard Crash and Satellites. It was so overplayed that same. I was just like, I don't really care. Like, I don't want to hear those songs again. But now that I've heard other Dave songs, I do love those songs again now, which is nice.
And whether people are scamming me. Then it got to another portion where it asked me to name a healthcare agent, which I didn't name. I'm not even 60 yet. I'm close, but I'm not even 60 yet. I don't feel it necessary to name a healthcare agent. So if you don't name one, you can go to the next question. The next 10 questions were identical to the questions that my roommate had to answer for a medical power of attorney. So I refused to answer the questions. I took the tablet back up there and I said, I don't feel comfortable answering any of these. It almost felt like my primary care is trying to be my medical power of attorney. So here's any of my medical professionals. I'm not a medical professional.
Yeah. No, your insurance company is your primary medical professional.
Since when is this normal? These were the same questions that we had to sit down with hospice and fill out a packet for me to become my roommate's medical power of attorney. And then we had to go.
Dude, Elsie, I'm a new Dave Matthews convert. Wait, this creator I was talking with yesterday. Hold on. Let me find her video. What the fuck? Where'd her video go? Or was it longer ago? The frick? Oh. Maybe they unliked it on me. Whatever. I'll find it separately.
Go to the bank and get it notarized. What the f is up with this? Huh.
I want to say this is not normal, but these insurance companies, they are corrupt to the core. And this definitely sounds like they're using this to stick people in camps or other things like that. That questionnaire is definitely a little too invasive. And that video came from Brooks Mom 68.
I had to make that last video. Not only did it set the groundwork for this one, but it made it so I can speak freely now. If you watched it, then this is what I think is going on with that whole thing. If you didn't, now would be the time to go back. Now here we go. Remember, Jeffrey Epstein, the scientists and the experiments, him deep-rooted in MIT, and the weather. There's something people need to get real familiar with, and real fast. It's something called smart dust. It's nanotechnology. It's little tiny computer chips and robots, so small you could fit thousands of them through the end of a needle. And even though it has many different uses, the sole reason for this is surveillance, whether it's outside, across continents, or inside the body, which seems to be one of their main goals.
What exactly is smart dust? These are minuscule devices equipped with sensors, communication capabilities, and sometimes even computing power. Picture countless microscopic sensors scattered across a forest, constantly gathering data on temperature, humidity, and even pollution levels. This isn't just science fiction, it's happening right now.
Now, the most important thing to keep in mind is that this is dust. which means it can look and act like a lot of different things, like glitter. I'm sure a few people remember the glitter shortage we had not too long ago. And if it can look like glitter, that means it can look like microplastics as well. Now again, this is dust. So for something like this to get inside the body of a human being or an animal, it wouldn't take much. And once this smart dust and nanotechnology is inside of you, it hides inside your blood like a virus. Better yet, it can mimic and act like any virus that it wants to. And of course they're not connected, but if you saw in my first video, it's interesting how right now there's a quademic going around of 4 different viruses that's gaining steam by the day. Which is also the parts that seem to have strange weather going on at the same time. I'm not saying it is, but if this stuff is in the air, there's 3 different things that could happen. The sickness, like we just talked about. It would also help with the end game that a lot of us think these elites have. But what I personally think is the most unsettling of all is it would help with one of Jeffrey Epstein's favorite topics, something called transhumanism. And what this is the belief that the human brain and body should be artificially enhanced by modern science and technology. Kind of like having a bunch of little mini robots inside of you. But anyway, one of the leading institutions for nanotechnology, MIT. They have a whole facility dedicated to it right on campus. They even have a place called the Institute for Soldier Nanotechnologies. Last time I checked, you didn't need a soldier unless you were planning to go to war. Now we all know Epstein deep-rooted in MIT, so much so they tried to hide the relationship between the two. But the funny thing is, there's some seriously heavy hitters that are also involved in transhumanism.
Can't find the video.
Specifically, Elon Musk.
Maybe it got deleted. It was so funny. It was this lady going, she's like, damn, I didn't know that all of you Dave Matthews fans were into smut. And she was reading the lyrics of Crash Into Me. Because most of Dave Matthews' songs are just about, well, a lot of them are about him being an eater, bro. He's a dirty dog. He's just writing smut. He puts book talk to shame, bro. It was really funny though.
Starting to make sense why you see Elon's name in the files and how he's going on X calling people out. You know, Trump might be the president, but you are the richest man in the world, supposedly.
Yeah, I do love this guy. I love too that he's great with showing the screenshots too. He gives you a nice second of breath to actually see it.
All that money, what do you think he's willing to do to make sure that the truth don't come out?
Plan for a second pandemic. There's going to be another pandemic. We have to think ahead.
You know what? I'm probably reaching. I mean, it's not like our president just went on stage and talked about these exact same things.
Things like dust flying in the air, wherever COVID comes from or whatever comes, sometimes you have to be a little bit lucky.
Sounds like a hint to me, but maybe I'm crazy. Y'all stay safe.
That video came from Chaotic Concept, and we are just hearing a lot about MIT in the news lately. All these very bizarre technology.
My friend did a PowerPoint on all of his songs, and she categorized them all by topic. I think she estimated that like 60% of his songs are about sex. Yeah, totally.
And development, and not just that, the professor who was shot. Time and time again, I do think of smart dust, nanoparticles, and I do find it very interesting, the timing, when they were telling everybody how there was all these plastics found in the human brain and the releasing of nanoparticles and smart dust. These people are demons, if you can even call them people, and there are many players involved, especially when it comes to Jeffrey and all his experiments, not just the
Crash into me, babe. Baby, and I'll come into you.
So now, since everybody's aware, let's take a trip down memory lane, because believe it or not, it's been in every single open ceremony in front of our face for as long as we've been alive. Not only Baal, Baal, or Baal, their god, and their other deities like Moloch or Molech, which are all the same deity, of course.
Minutes of Moon Henry.
It's like seen in New York and also other things happening around the entire country. But they also show us in great detail, may I add, what they do and even where they do it. Baal with the slaves in the 2022 Commonwealth Games is actually way less severe than what I'm about to show you now. So check this out. You have this lady wearing all red, and there's a whole bunch of people cloaked in red around this castle. Remember, she's missing a head. In the same exact ceremonies where you have this guy laying down on the table as their meal, what's that? No way.
My favorite dirty song of Dave's is When the World Ends.
Be the same thing, right? This castle, with all these people cloaked in red, and the lady without a head, didn't mean to rhyme, is paying homage to the Mothers of Darkness castle. The same castle that all journalists from ABC, NBC were all denied access to, which is said they go here to do really bad things. And that same exact castle has an area called the 1,000 Points of Light, because all the light entering it, and that's why we have presidents talking about 1,000 Points of Light.
I've spoken of 1,000 points of light, of all the community organizations that are spread like stars throughout the nation.
This was in regards to a deleted tape of him talking about it, and now he wants to explain it away as philanthropy. And I can't even talk about the things done in this castle, but worse, outside of the castle, in the woods at nighttime. They do a lot of hunting, deer hunting.
That video came from Moon Henry, and the 2024 Olympic opening ceremony was indeed very telling. Right off the back, it looked like one giant ritual, but even eerier was the closing ceremony. It looked like one giant homage to CERN. We had the portal and this golden thing, these entities, these great entities surrounding the portal, and this golden entity coming through.
I just made a video about how printers secretly encode the paper you print out of it, information about you that you can't see, but...
Wait, who are you talking about, Moon Henry, or are you talking about Minutes of Horror? Yeah, Vocal Fry Henry.
It's detectable under a microscope.
That's Moon Henry.
And a bunch of people commented something that blows this story even more wide open. It's even more shocking than I thought. So just to get you up to speed, there's a secret code in color printers that enables government tracking, okay? And I'm not joking. U.S. Secret Service admitted, and there's tracking that's embedded in the piece of paper that comes out of your printer. And of course, this has to do with underground democracy.
But like, wouldn't they have to have how would they know where to find the printer? Like, sure, they can have I mean, I guess if they had two different samples that had the same thing, but what if you only used your printer to do the one thing?
Movements that produce political or religious pamphlets and flyers, like the Russian Siemensdat in the 1980s, that they'll need to be anonymous when they're printing this stuff off, but this technology makes it easier for governments to find dissenters. So there's little microscopic yellow dots on your paper when it's printed, and I was wondering, though, like, what information could that entail? Like, your printer, the make and model of it, like where you bought it, but that's not really that helpful. And then someone commented something shocking. For one, is this why your printer will not print? If you're out of yellow ink and you're just trying to print black and white, it's just black text on white paper, but it won't print. It needs you to top up the colors. Is that because you need yellow because they need those microscopic yellow dots to be able to track and trace it? Another person commented, is this why we have to update our printers and the apps and everything all the time so that it keeps up-to-date information about who's printing it? And then the Motherload, an IT security expert and engineer for wireless routers and more, commented. He said when you print a document off on any computer, embedded in that document is usually author information, computer, MAC address information, embedded file information from the software you printed it from, potentially the MAC address from your Wi-Fi router, and also, if you think about it, most printers, if not all, like, you got to plug that thing into the friggin' internet, and it usually emits its own frequency too. Like, you know, if you have a printer, you'll go on your Wi-Fi on your phone and you'll see there's a printer you can connect to. And then he says there could be microscopic, almost translucent watermark across the entire document containing everything about you. He says they could embed this also in a very small, high-resolution coding system that translates very small hexadecimal characters that you won't even see, but will translate to everything I mentioned above, yet you won't even see it. Now, you thought I was going to talk about how the printer ink is like one of the most expensive liquids in the world, and it's the razor and blade model where you said they sell you the printer for cheap, but you got to buy super expensive printer ink all the time. But that's just the tip of the iceberg.
A lot of the medical billing companies are out of Utah. Yeah, that's where the fucking mob lives. The cartel. The Mormon cartel.
Does this mean if you went and disseminated documents in your neighborhood, let's say, talking about a particular subject that you think needs to be talked about and it needs to be, people need to be aware of it, all it takes is one guy complains, that gets sent, then the authorities send it to their head office to look at it under a microscope, and boom, they know where it was printed. The fact that this information, that this technology was made in the 2000s is shocking to me, because clearly they are seeing in the future, what if people start to figure out what we're up to? We better make sure we can.
I saw this video off of Barry Stepp's channel, and it's no surprise whatsoever that they can track people, gather a ton of information off people's printers and what they print out, because they track us in everything. They even track us through.
Load your bongs up, boys.
Through Parmesan cheese. I've spoken about this multiple times, that there are tiny microchips put in Parmesan cheese to make sure that we don't steal or duplicate the cheese, but it's all about tracking. They will find any way necessary. But thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
Hell yeah. Thank you, brother.
From here, we're going back into the 3 million documents. So far, we mostly covered how billionaires lied about their relationship with Epstein and or got blackmailed in the drafts.
Wait, actually, I want to see if Becca's got some new shit. There we go. Ye ask and ye shall receive, boys.
Okay, so here are some photos. Okay, guys, I took down my last video because I figured out for sure who is in this photo with Donald Trump. And while it looks like it could have been Tigran Kakatrian or Daniel Saeed, it is not.
Someone's got the kids in bed.
It is someone else. The man in the photos is a Native American healer named Gypsy Gita, who is no longer alive. But he had connections to Jeffrey, Prince Andrew, Ghislaine Maxwell, Donald Trump. And I found his social media, and he had posted this photo onto his Facebook when he was still living. And you can see the comments that he made about Donald Trump whenever he posted this. He also posted this photo on his social media. He seemed to really like Marla Maples.
Yeah, it all goes back to the Rothschilds inventing Big Pharma and deciding poisoning everyone into addiction to their petrol pharma wasn't enough money for them, so they made insurance. It's so true, dude.
Posted this photo on his social media, and there's just like in general a lot of photos of him with young girls. So this is definitely 100% who the guy is in that photo with Donald Trump, no doubt about it. I think him posting this photo on his social media in 2017 is like all of the confirmation we need. So I took down my last video speculating who it could be because now we know. Okay guys, I took down my last video because I figured.
Okay, hear me out.
Kids not in bed.
Might be crazy. Okay, I might be crazy, but please hear me out. So this is a photo that was in one of Jeffrey's drawers in one of the photos that was released by the DOJ, okay? And obviously it's not very good quality because it's so zoomed in. We can't see very well who's
and
in
again,
these.
all the pictures that they're giving us are fucking literal PDFs, which if you don't know anything about like image compression and shit, PDFs fucking suck for this. So they're giving us like these low-res, busted-ass shots.
Pictures, right? And again, I could be way off on this, but do the two people right here not look a little bit familiar? So we have a taller man next to a shorter blonde woman with a lot of volume in her hair. She seems to be wearing like a white blouse, and the man has on a suit jacket but no tie with like the collar open. Does it not closely resemble these two figures on this specific night that they were out together in New York City in 1992? And notice the height difference in how the collars pop. Like, it's a very open collar. There's no tie, there's no bow tie, just a black jacket, white shirt with the collar open. Like, I could be wrong. This could not be Donald Trump and Marla Maples, but it just looks a lot like them. And what is so crazy is I cannot find anywhere on the internet where it is listed detailing what event that they were out at together this night. People Magazine, Getty Images, literally everything just says an event. They were out together at an event. And we know Donald Trump was super, super involved with Jeffrey in 1992. Jeffrey attended Donald Trump and Marla Maples' wedding the year after. But I don't know, this was like clearly a style.
Happy 9/11. Let's listen to some JID. General.
Fucking wisdom tooth is killing me. Fuck. Check. Anybody can see the kid got it. I see niggas ignore it, so I feel a way about it. From rapping in that truck with bozo and rolling blunts, bagging a couple bitches and fucking them all at once. Friday night lights, I was catching and dropping punts, thinking about rapping. I could be JID like Chris Johnson. My thumbs keep strumming, kinda like the Mumford & Sons. Mommy was dumb when she got that call. I had got caught. Kicked out of college for tongues, niggas be talking. I wasn't even on camera, just hit the lick with some amateurs. Glad we did that, now I'm flying to Los Angeles with the 8 near my pre-rolls. Call that shit a tarantula. Tarantino on your big screen hole. Slave man, Southeast Coast, JID or the Cap Leo. Set it off, my big sis reminded me of Cleo. And my brothers is killers you might see on that Geo. You gotta chill, cause niggas can't get that cat peel. I keep that 40 like I'm Pat Tillman. And sent my nigga up there.
Pat Tillman!
Jack Jilled him. And a million other black children. Let's crack this seal.
I'm spitting.
I feel amazing. I can feel the haters. Do something. I ain't finna fade you. I ain't got a taser. Shoot something. Niggas talk crazy. White
dude,
baby,
on the beat drop.
Funny. Pull up on your head. A crew come and take a deuce on ya. Hold up, nigga.
I'm talking about for real. Somebody, man. I did it, man. Talking about for real, man. You done been through it, man. Free this shit, man. We're so deep. We done had eviction. We done been everything.
Alright, looking for it in the nighttime. I've been looking for it all day. I'ma get it at the right time. Watch it fuck on me the long way. Watch a nigga at the pop whip. Hit the bright with the stone face. Green bright with the whole cake.
This is what your government does.
Let you know when that work good. And I may eat the whole cake. We ain't even got a role play. Had to get it at the bow way. Kill shit, OJ, no way. Jose, slow mo, okay. I don't do this shit at your pace. I ain't here to do it your way. And I'm coming through the ceiling, through the floor, back.
Where were you?
You do not
in social studies?
I swore on your grave.
Did you see that building free fall?
Did
you see that shit free fall?
Going to my brother court dates and I asked my mom and dad what he did, but they'll never tell me. Then I figure he
yeah, this is a dope song.
For some dope he selling, kinda close but no cigarette. He was armored up, that's an armadillo. My pop did time in the military and he taught us how to disarm a nigga. See the boy, you better warn a nigga. Virginia probably got warrants, nigga, like North Carolina and South Carolina got to hide out in like Florence, nigga. Swear your
this is awesome.
Trap, you be lying, nigga. Oh, with none of y'all happy trappers better grab a strap. People dying, nigga. Lord, so we making
never forget, boys.
You ain't have to call the boss. Some shit you just can't avoid. Dumb shit coolin' with the squad.
I'm talking about, man, you know how we living it now, man. I'm talking about everybody. You know what I'm saying? And big shit going on over here. You know what I'm saying? Everybody making their plays, but everybody had to work for some. Ain't shit came without man. You niggas don't know what we talking. These niggas know where we come from. They don't know what we about, man. I'm talking about all the way from dirt road. You know what I'm saying? My dad know growing up in the project. You know what I'm saying? Putting that real shit in us. Not keeping that around no fuck shit. Keeping all that bullshit away from niggas. So we grow up to be real ones. I thought they don't make that shit no more.
Fuck yeah. Okay, hell yeah. That song ruled. Never forget, boys. Namaste. Bless up to Pete Davidson's dad.
A phase that he was going through, like this outfit, the pop collar, no top. But this photo was taken at Mar-a-Lago. If I could figure out who the two people are on the other end of this photo, I could probably figure it out. And I don't know, I could be super way off here. But where?
It kind of does look like Trump and fucking what's her face, Marla Maples. What's her name? Marlboro Maples. She's a pack of cigarettes.
Were Donald Trump and Marla Maples in January of 1992. What were they?
Dude, I love Capital Steez. We should listen to Capital Steez later tonight. Actually, fuck it. Let's listen to it now. Oh, we still got the highlights rolling. Yeah, free the robots. Dude, this song gets me so fucking hyped. Of course they killed him. And dude, I was thinking about Capital Steez today because I'm watching, I told you I was rewatching Mr. Robot. Joey Badass hurts my heart, man. He sacrificed Capital Steez for what? To be in Mr. Robot? He fucking gave up his spirituality, tethered himself to the devil, got rid of Capital Steez for what? Dude, this song is so fire.
About to one take this shit.
Bro, if getting killed over releasing this song is a fucking flex though, right? That's how you know this song is straight fire, bro. And whatever he was cooking in the lab, whatever he was working on was going to be the greatest album of all time.
That's optional. About to one take this shit, nigga.
Dear diary, what a day it's been. Dear diary, it's been just like a train.
Illuminati tried to read my mind with an eagle eye. And the haze got me thinking why we killed Osama and plenty innocent people died. We should see the signs, but we Stevie blind. No disrespect to the man or the legend, but I'm sick and tired of asking my brethren if it all ends in 2011. Would God come through or would he actually forget us? Cause apocalypse is getting closer, but they more focused on that little youth sipping soda. Fuck a sugar act, niggas out pushing crack. And I lost my father figure because of that.
Dear diary, what a day it's been. Dear diary, it's been just like a dream. Just like a dream. Just like a dream.
So can I live, or is my brother trying to gun me down?
Oh yeah, Mac. What about an organ, an epic organ beat?
A couple of rounds till we hear the thunder.
A medieval organ beat.
No lightning, clash of the titans, and after the violence, a moment of silence. Cause I want mine the fast way, the ski mask way, looking for a fast pay. And instead of sticking up for each other, we picking up guns and sticking up our brothers. So fuck them all, I'm coming through raging, and I won't stop till Reagan is caged in. Mom told me I should let the Lord handle it. The arm of the Lord is trying to manhandle us, a man's world, but a white man's planet, and the doors are slowly closing while we falling through the cracks of it. It's a shame that flipping crack will be the best alternative if you don't make it rap in these crack houses and trap houses and trapping a sin, and in the end we're gonna remain stagnant.
I ain't having it. Yeah, Joey's first album was awesome, and then they took the spirituality out of him. They turned him into a Satanist zombie. Yeah, hard ass fucking medieval Baroque organ beat. Medieval Baroque organ type beat. That already sounds like the album closer. I mean, what more could you ask for? Yeah, friend became end, laughter became slaughter.
Doing, and why is it not listed anywhere on the internet? Okay, hear me out.
All right, hell yeah, Becca. Keep digging.
Hear me out. I might be crazy.
As a retired police officer and detective, I just wanted to say, penal law is policy, and it's not constitutional. Penal law is unconstitutional.
What's penal law?
Hey guys, I am back with Chester Bell. And we don't get snow that
Calm down, Chester Bell.
often, so we are ready for another snow day filled with fun. Alright, we ended up getting like 10 inches of snow, and my dad already carved a path for Chester, so we're gonna do a little lap. Okay, Chester, let's get walking. Oh, sweet.
She's been trying to get Chester to exercise, so she takes her far away from wherever Chester wants to be, which is usually inside on the couch, and she makes her run back, and then she picks her up and brings her back.
Girl, you love your snow days. Oh, okay, go right. Oh, a little paw in the snow. Chester, we're not going in yet. Chester, you love it out here. It's so fun. Oh, Chester, you love it.
Poor Chester. She's lost over a whole pound, boys.
Shake hands with Mason. Sure. What you'll see is they put the thumb there on, that would be the third knuckle from the thumb. So you see this very frequently. This is the entered apprentice. There are two for fellowgraph, but Master Mason is right there. And whenever I've shaken somebody's hand that way as a Mason, it's almost like a jolt. They get it. Masons will always go in to make that handshake because it's innocuous enough to know that, well, if you're not a Mason, you're not going to respond, but it's also obvious to a Mason to know that if you are, he's trying to communicate to you.
Okay, the next thing that happens is he says something to you after you make the handshake.
Is that real?
If you don't know them, he will say, so you're traveling. It means, are you a brother? Are you traveling? Are you a brother? Are you on your journey in Freemasonry with me? So you say yes.
Are you a traveling man?
traveling. And with another lawyer who was a Mason that appeared before a judge, and he gave him the sign of the apprentice degree. And the judge understood that he was a Mason and therefore gave a favorable ruling to his client. There are all different kinds of examples. There's a statement that you make with it, which takes place in the third degree of Freemasonry, which is the death, burial, and resurrection ceremony that the Master Mason goes through. And it's, "O Lord, my God, is there no help for the widow's son?" This is the sign of distress. This is how your hands were placed on the volume of the sacred law when you swore your Masonic obligation, your oath. And "is there no help for the widow's son" refers to a mockery of our Lord. The widow is Our Lady. The Lord is the Son. There is no help for him because we don't believe in his resurrection. That's a fraud. We believe in the Masonic resurrection. It's only through principles of Freemasonry that you're raised to eternal life. So the do-guard is this, and the sign is the penalty of the oath, entered apprentice degree. The fellowcraft degree, the do-guard is this, and the sign is this. The penalty of the fellowcraft degree is having your chest torn open and your heart plucked out and placed on the temple. And then finally, in the Master Mason degree, your hands are placed on the scriptures this way during your oath. That's the do-guard, and the sign is this, having my body severed in twain and my bowels taken thence and burned to ashes, the ashes scattered to the four winds of heaven. So those are the signs. If a Mason gives any one of those signs, whatever position he's in, maybe he has to do this, maybe he has to do this, it's kind of covert, but that immediately alerts you that that is a brother in need and something needs to be done.
Shake hands with a Mason.
Sure. What you'll see is they put the thumb there on, that would be the third knuckle from.
Patients often ask me, how much do dental implants cost?
Hell, never nothing for that bitch unless I'm love with you and shit. They ain't got nothing for that bitch. Let's do it.
An interesting fact about the current political climate around the world and Jeffrey Epstein, and that fact is right at the time that the politically incorrect board was opened up on 4chan, Jeff Epstein was creating a relationship with Christopher Poole, who was the founder of 4chan. Now, there are 368 mentions of Chris Poole when you search these documents through the DOJ, the first of those being from October 20th, 2011 at 2:24 a.m. with an email from Boris Nikolic. Boris Nikolic was the successor executor of Jeff Epstein's will.
Yeah, dude, penile tats are awesome compared to circumcision, bro. Imagine you had your skin and you had a cool tattoo on your skin. Oh my god. That'd be sick, dude. They took that option away from us. They took our coolest canvas away from us. You could put flames on that shit. You could put teeth on it or something. I don't know. Yeah, you could still put like a big old racing stripe down it.
Croatian doctor who did his postdoctorate at Harvard and until 2014 served as the chief advisor for science and technology to the Gates Foundation. Postdoctorate was in transplantation immunology. He had a falling out with Bill Gates in 2014, so this is the person that is suggesting that Epstein meet Christopher Poole. And a nice little Woody Allen mention.
Zane, and speaking of which, Mac, if I were to ever get a tattoo, it would be of a ruler on my upper thigh, but the ruler would be inaccurate. It's like, this is a foot-long ruler.
Here, as always. Chris Poole goes over to Epstein's house. These guys are communicating into February of 2012. Allegedly, this board was created, quote, to siphon off and contain the overly xenophobic...
Oh, like an inside the lip tat. I wasn't even thinking that. You could get it inside the skin tat. Bro. They took away so many incredible options from us. This isn't fair. The world is clearly not fair.
Phobic and racist comments and memes from other wings of 4chan. Board goes on to be a platform for far-right extremism. Quote, it's known for widespread racist, white supremacist, anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, misogynist, and anti-LGBTQ content. This is the muck and slime that pipsqueaks like neo-Nazi wannabe Nick Fuentes climbed out of. These are the internet trolls that this space produced. So you start to think about this, and you start to think about the fact that every single culture war you can possibly think of was coming from 4chan. Oh, you have Ghislaine Maxwell allegedly using the Reddit account Maxwell Hill as a moderator of Our World News, Our Politics, and Our Technology. The account was on Reddit since 2006 and the first Reddit account to collect 1 million karma. After Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested, there was no more posting from this account. When you look at that user and then the politically incorrect board on 4chan, you see stuff normalizing the exploitation of children, which ironically is exactly what you see from Nick Fuentes now as he sells Jeffrey Epstein merch. One of the most disgusting things I see right now is the normalization of this stuff. There are memes, a lot of AI-generated slop that makes jokes about Epstein and this entire thing. Moronic pigs like Dave Portnoy making jokes about this stuff. This is not a moment to be joking about this, right? No one in their right mind would do that. This is one of the darkest operations in human history. See, I think about all this stuff and I think about patterns. I think about the fact that Steve Bannon was talking to Jeff Epstein about how he was getting in with all of the far-right movements in Europe. See Epstein talking to Michael Wolff about how the far-right movement in France is being funded by Russia. I see people like Elon Musk supporting the AfD movement.
Anyway. If I'm going to listen to some
Eventually
nonsense, I'm going to listen to it from CoffeeZilla.
Their marriage. We talked about Howard Lutnick, how he lied about meeting Epstein, although he still denies this. And we also talked about some horrible accusations against Trump and Bill Clinton, although we were clear that they are unverified. Now, some people have responded to the release, like Elon Musk, saying that no one fought harder for the full release of the Epstein files than I did. Ironically, he...
I haven't had a booch.
Claims
I'm
that...
booch poor, I'm pretty sure.
He knew that the playbook of the far-left propagandists and legacy media is admit nothing, deny everything, and making counter-accusations, saying he had never set foot on Epstein's creepy island or attended parties, despite the fact we saw last time that Elon was asking to be invited to the party. What day and night would be the wildest party on your island? Nevertheless, I think it's an interesting point. The playbook, as we get into this much darker side of the 3.5 million files, you're going to notice this trend is true, that everyone we're going to talk about, basically they admit nothing, they deny everything, and then they usually make counter accusations against other people in the files. Almost no one has faced any kind of consequences for this whole thing, leading me to wonder, why is it that it seems like really only in the rest of the world has anyone faced anything? I mean, you've got the former Prince Andrew losing his title. You've got the Slovakia National Security Advisor resigning over the Epstein links. But in America, I'm really hard pressed to think of anyone who has actually faced any kind of accountability. I think Larry Summers stepped back voluntarily. But other than that, it's hard to think of anyone who's faced any kind of justice. In fact, arguably, Ghislaine Maxwell's life is better than it was previously since these Epstein files have dropped. And what's crazy about this is that we know that the government story is false. Remember, the FBI documents showed they had 10 co-conspirators they were investigating. We also got an old draft of an indictment where they had several co-defendants with Epstein. Now, of course, we know these were never ultimately charged. This was back in 2005, but just imagine all the way back in 2005, where these charges are from, we already had evidence that Epstein was not working alone. And of course he's not. But now we're going to talk a little bit about how the scheme operated. Now, to be clear, we're going to talk in a second about the laundering of Epstein's reputation, the people who protected him this whole time. But right now, I want to talk about how Epstein got some of these girls in the first place, because the Epstein files provide an interesting look behind the curtains. Obviously, we know Ghislaine Maxwell was helping, whether it be procure the girls, talk them into stuff. But now we have emails of a different side of the scheme. It says, yesterday I spoke to Daniel Syed, who Jean-Luc Brunel describes as a scout or recruiter of girls or women for Jeffrey Epstein. Attached to this incoming email from Brunel is the contact information he has for Syed. And then they blacked out his number and email. But digging into Jeffrey's emails with Daniel shows that he was constantly sending him links to girls. It shows Jeffrey Epstein paying Daniel 3,000 euros, which, to be clear, was the amount that was agreed to by Jean-Luc Brunel. Quote, Dominique, we will pay him 3,000 euros each month for scouting for a 6-month period. On all models we will get him, we will pay him 5% commission on their earnings. Imagine it's like baseball or it's like basketball. You're scouting for, I hate to use the word talent, but that's really what this guy was doing. He was going around the globe trying to find people for Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. According to one lawsuit, Epstein trafficked a Jane Doe to Jean-Luc Brunel many times. It describes their operation as this: many of the girls came from poor countries or impoverished backgrounds. He lured them in with a promise of making good money. Quote, Brunel has been a model scout for various modeling agencies for many years, and he was apparently able to get U.S. passports for young girls to work as models, eventually, of course, being sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it should be noted that Jean-Luc Brunel himself died in prison by hanging, and that's while he was being accused of horrible crimes related to trafficking and minors. So this guy is not a good guy. He was part of the op, along with Daniel Syed, who was also scouting on behalf of Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. They had their agreement. Here's a sample of how this would work. Jeffrey Epstein asked him to take a full body shot of someone. Daniel Syed says, now she is really skinny, I will do Polaroid. Jeffrey Epstein asks for a copy of her passport and then asks, how many tickets do you want for Woody, meaning Woody Allen? He says 2. Okay, thank you. Full body if possible. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, doesn't look too happy. Comments on her body. And then he says she is
doesn't look too happy.
Very sweet. I'll skip a few of the sordid details here. They comment about her body extensively. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, I sent a request. Does she want to come out to Paris on Sunday? He says, I will invite to come. And this is basically
Jeffrey Epstein said her boobs are awful.
How it worked. Daniel Syed flew around the world looking for women, sending photos to Jeffrey Epstein, who then would get a copy of their passports and bring them to the States. Here's an example of this. Daniel Syed brings him a girl. They didn't redact this name, but I'm going to do it. He says, very nice, easygoing, dream to work in the United States or visit the United States working as a model in Dubai. He asks age. Daniel says 22 or 23. I forgot to ask her. She looks younger. I have her number if you want to call her. She was going to send this evening. And this happens over and over. At one point, he talks about a Thai actress. Jeffrey Epstein says he can see her on Wednesday, and then he complains that she wants to meet in a restaurant. I don't do that in New York, and then says she didn't even respond. Not nice. The point is, a lot of these girls were looking to come to the United States for one reason or another, for some kind of dream. They would ask for passports or visas, and then ultimately get sent here by this network of people who would later be accused of trafficking or other abuses. Now, to be clear, there have not been charges against Daniel Syed, and the government, remember, says they have no evidence to go even predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So it's a little bit bizarre to be reading about this scouting operation for Jeffrey Epstein, the way he recruited girls, and then be told, yeah, nothing to see here. Yeah, one of the scouts was like this, like, who himself in jail. But no, there's no one else here, even though there's definitely guys floating around. Even though we literally have redacted defendants in our old draft of an indictment. We have nothing to do. We can't possibly imagine doing anything. And that brings me to one of the frustrating parts of these whole files is the redactions. I mean, I know I've been over this, but it's a different thing. In the past, the files were sort of overly redacted to protect people. The problem this time is not only are a lot of people still being protected, like literally the names of the people they were going to charge, you couldn't argue those are victims, but the work was just done so sloppy that oftentimes you'll find that the DOJ has uploaded two documents that are functionally identical and they redacted one but not the other, letting you see what's ultimately behind the mask, which is dumb because sometimes the thing they're redacting is Jeffrey Epstein's name. Or other times it's somebody who clearly is not a victim because then you see the non-redacted copy and you're like, yeah, that's clearly not a victim. So it's a little strange what they seem to have done here. Let me give you a for instance. So we have this message from somebody whose name is blacked out and we see participants and then we see Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein iTunes at gmail.com
is involved.
Jeffrey Epstein vacation at gmail.com. It's so funny.
Right. And it says, we need to work around your 38. We need to push back on the lies, then crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Now, I want to know who's doing that. Who's trying to rebuild Jeffrey Epstein's image, right? Well, we go ahead, we scroll down, and we see that Jeffrey Epstein sends something. He says, in any bar where drinking age is 18, and you see the participant is once again blacked out. But underneath it, in a separate file, we see Steve Bannon, a famous political figure, is in here, and he's saying the same thing. He says, first, we need to push back on the lies, then crush the trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Guys, why did you censor out his name? Or, like, why was that censored at all? I don't understand. And I certainly don't understand why Jeffrey Epstein's name in this one is censored. So Jeffrey's not censored in this one, but Bannon is. And then Bannon's not censored in this one, and Epstein is. And sometimes this creates the bizarre impression that they are censoring for victim names or for some like kind of victim status or for some reason. And then you see the other file and you're like, why did you do this? It's just very poorly done throughout. That's just something I wanted to comment on, is not only did they once again not fully redact things because they were sloppy, but also like victims' names got stuck in this. Like girls' names appear sometimes, and like I'm not sure, are they supposed to be redacted? Because they're redacted over here, they're not over here. I can kind of figure out who it is. It's just kind of a mess. I needed to point that out. You know, other times we have things like this, like Brock Pierce, a co-founder of Tether, also known as the biggest stable coin in the world. He sent a message to Jeffrey Epstein with the subject line Anastasia, and then it's just a bunch of redacted stuff with a few untitled JPEGs in here. And so, you know, you're thinking to yourself, what is this? Is he sending some illicit media? Like, what is this? Well, then we have this page where it wasn't redacted. I put that little dark square. That I didn't know if this should have been redacted or not. It's like a bunch of JPEGs. Now, does that contain victims? Is Brock Pierce sending photos of victims? I don't know because of the way the government did this. But underneath, it says, the Ukraine is now my favorite country, smiley face, Brock Pierce, with the subject line, Anastasia. I don't know what to make of that. I'm just saying.
They be trafficking out of Ukraine. Out of all these places, wherever war is, they be stealing people.
The redactions, like the way they did this, is not good. But now let's return to Steve Bannon and his we're gonna crush the trafficking narrative. Because this guy, oh boy, has been revealed in the files to being like Jeffrey's right-hand PR man.
We're gonna crush the pedo narrative while he's staring at like six-pack pictures of passed out children on his desk.
This guy was filming basically a documentary about Jeffrey Epstein in order to rehabilitate his image. And some of it has actually leaked to the public. It's been interesting to watch how that's been received. But the funny thing is that originally Jeffrey Epstein's plan was to just do a YouTube video, like an apology, like a old school 2016, turn on the camera for authenticity and saying, you know, he says, do you think I can do my own video interview and upload it to YouTube? No sandbagging, interview format, or like a diary piece. Steve Bannon says if you do.
Bro, I literally would have killed for that. I would have done anything for that video.
Do an interview, it can't be like Johnny does a YouTube. It has to be amazingly professional and perfectly cut. Then Jeffrey Epstein responds, Woody, we assume Woody Allen, because they were close, said he would help edit. Not sure how to stage, what points to make, but better than trying to do an interview that I have no experience doing. Goal is to humanize the monster. Anything written carries little weight, to which Steve Bannon replies, yes. Jeffrey Epstein, should it be an interview format, interviewed by me? They start talking about, like, how do we do this? Humor, apology, how did I get rich? Question mark, topics. Their brainstorming, how do we trick the public into seeing me as more than a monster? Now, funny enough, right before this, Jeffrey Epstein asks about a dinner with Woody, and then he says, or too many pedos in one place.
Yo, that's really funny. Oh man, I'm sorry, Steve Bannon. That's pretty fucking funny. Oh man. I love how self-aware they are.
And you gotta love the self-awareness there. Jeffrey Epstein asks about a dinner with Woody, and then he says, or too many pedos in one place. And you gotta love the self-awareness there. Now, I don't know what he meant by that. To be clear, I'm not making that accusation against Woody.
Yeah, he is. Steve Bannon is.
And we'll talk about him in a second. That's Jeffrey Epstein saying that. I think what's interesting to point out, though, is how all these rich and powerful people are circling the wagons to try to protect Jeffrey Epstein's reputation, right? This is a guy who at this point has been known for years to have pled guilty to these 2008 charges. This was an open secret. And so Steve Bannon goes along though anyways, and he films this documentary. Now what's interesting is he starts talking about...
Dude, I want to see the real Bannon documentary. I want to see the real footage. Dude, so it makes sense. I do think that he did film, but I think they just trained that AI with it. I don't think we've seen any of the real shit.
The documentary, and he starts saying, I'm watching our second hour now. Guys were blown away. I didn't think it was as strong at the time, but I was wrong. Need huge part about...
Like, dude, Epstein was like best friends with Woody Allen. That's crazy. Like besties. Like best bros. It seems like they hung out all the time.
About threat of AI versus reality, threat of climate change. And this is where the notes start going back and forth of how can we get you to think of other things? So part of the conceit of this big interview of Jeffrey Epstein was to try to humanize him and actually present him as this genius everyman, quirky guy with a few flaws, right? They knew they couldn't run away from the crimes. To quote, in Bannon's words, yes, 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 of course, but we must counter rapists who traffics in female children to be raped by world's most powerful, richest men. That can't be redeemed. Can't redeem the unredeemable. You are a lot of things which we will show, but
I love that all this is in writing. It's so funny.
You are not that. Bannon is aware that, like, they can't fully embrace the Epstein thing. They have to kind of make it about more than that. And if you see the YouTube clip going around, that's what that is. And it's been so interesting to watch the reaction, because you see, even for people who've been prepped with the idea that this is basically propaganda, some of them still fall for it. They post things like, you know, oh, bro is casually confirming the world's conspiracies because he's talking about 2008. But guys, that's the whole deception. They're like trying to be like, hey, this guy, this horrible monster, he's going to tell you the secrets of the inside club. So you think more, that's the whole thing. That's how they're getting away with this. It's not some kind of, oh, he happened to want to talk about this. This is all premeditated. This has gone through revisions. They even called Jeffrey Epstein the smartest guy in the room.
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that.
It's honestly ridiculous anyone believes the false conceit of, you're obviously the smartest man in the room. You could tell us the world's secrets. I mean, this guy, honestly, he talks about some of his engagements, like with the Rockefeller board, and he tries to say that owning a calculator is why he got that.
It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the
I'm telling you, dude, these people are dumb.
it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. Places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board, potentially sit on the finance committee?
So we're honestly supposed to believe that Jeffrey Epstein got onto this prestigious Rockefeller board because he had a calculator, but also that he's the smartest guy in the room, the smartest man on Wall Street. And let's not talk about those horrific crimes he committed, because, you know, he's not really such a bad guy after all. But it wasn't just Steve Bannon that was trying to humanize or giving advice on how to humanize Epstein. It was also Richard Branson, the famous billionaire. He was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein saying, "Dear Jeffrey, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you are in the area, would love to see you as long as you bring your harem." I don't know, that's not that ambiguous, guys. I think we can imagine what that means. But anyways, he says, one, I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old and were punished for it, that you've more than learned.
Wait, Bunny, why do you call it petrol pharmaceuticals? Are they made out of oil?
Aren't your
lesson?
lesson?
Is that like what the base is or something?
And I've done nothing that's against the law since. And yes, as a single man, you have a penchant for women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines. He's giving him PR advice. How to get your reputation back. Hey, Jeffrey, privately, I loved you. You can come back anytime with your harem. Jeffrey Epstein responds, nice seeing you. Thanks for your hospitality. I appreciate your public relations thoughts. Now, according to the New York Times, a Branson representative said the two had a business meeting and stressed the women were adults and had not attended the meeting. All above board. That's what everyone says, by the way. Remember what Elon Musk said, right? That's the playbook. Admit nothing, deny everything. Speaking of, remember Howard Lutnick, who we showed on video saying that he had never seen Epstein since 2005.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
Although also calling him the greatest blackmailer ever.
This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Well, also according to the Times, Lutnick said he spent zero time with him, even though there are emails basically to the contrary, where Epstein is saying, nice seeing you after the conviction. I mean, these people, not only are they lying, they won't even admit when they've been caught lying. But now let's talk about Prince Andrew, too, who was caught lying over a woman at some kind of a party. I mean, just not a good, this is just not, this is not doing you any favors, you know. I know
flag over a casket behind her.
Prince Andrew soon will probably be on the comeback tour. It's going to be
It's made out of oil byproducts? Yuck. Is that how it permeates through our bodies?
bunch of highly paid PR execs. Maybe Steve Bannon can jump in, shoot another 5-hour podcast trying to rehabilitate him. Like, Prince Andrew, what's the secret behind the royal family?
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room.
But again, has he admitted anything? Has he denied everything? Now, we should also probably talk about Noam Chomsky as well, the guy behind the book Manufacturing Consent, which in hindsight, maybe we should have suspected something. But either way, he also sends some reputational advice to his buddy Jeffrey Epstein. He says, I watched the horrible way you've been treated by the press and public. It's painful to say, but I think the best way to proceed is to ignore it. When the vultures dearly want is a public response.
Noam Chomsky said this? Bro, that's funny, dude.
Which then provides a public opening. In general, I think it's best not to react unless directly questioned, particularly in the current mood. That's the best advice I can think of. Noam. Now, he sends that to Matthew Hiltzik of Hiltzik Strategies, who is a also famous PR guy, I guess, trying to help Epstein, I assume, who responds, I think that is wise. Now, later talking with Bannon.
Well, no, but I didn't know that it was like it's literally made out of oil. They created Big Pharma by making these wonder drugs from their industrial waste. That's so funny. It didn't sell well, so they started promising to fund medical schools. That's cool.
Epstein loops in Hiltzik again. He says, Matt Hiltzik thought your idea was epic.
It's like the sludge coming out of an oil rig.
Hypocrisy of the liberal left. And he says, yep, he would confidentially like to sit and help if you like. This is Matthew Hiltzik. You know, a lot of powerful people basically were bending over backwards, left, right, center, trying to rehabilitate this guy's image. And the question is, why? Why were all these guys so interested in their precious Jeffrey Epstein if they had no involvement? I mean, that's the part I can't figure out it. Because all of them deny it. All of them don't admit anything. And so what exactly is the problem? But now it's time to talk about Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. He was also in the files. Jeffrey was copied on an email talking about Kimball's 40th birthday, where the password to the secret party was riot. And then in all caps, Boris, the sender of this email, says, I am not joking.
I'm not joking about the password.
Joking about the password. This was in
2012. Isn't that when Pussy Riot was? Isn't that when that was popping off?
2012 in September. And now that's
you know, they were a Russian girl collective that, like, what did they do? Did they just perform? They like Renegade performed. They're like a punk band, and they performed in a church and topless, I think, and they all got arrested for like years.
Important because a little bit later, Kimball Musk is emailing Boris Nikolic and Jeffrey Epstein, and he's talking to them about being connected with some redacted name and saying, I believe you both played a role, whatever that means. Now, whether this was at the party or, you know, right after their meeting in October, I don't know. But what's interesting is Boris responds and says, Kimball, just FYI, you better be nice to redacted. Jeffrey goes crazy when someone mistreats his girls/friends, so better be very nice to her. Kimball Musk responds, message received, wide and clear. Then he says, seriously, I'm very happy with my time so far with Jennifer. She's great. Now again, was that supposed to be a redacted name we just read? Like, I don't know. They've been redacting it in earlier emails. Then all of a sudden you just get Jennifer. I can't really figure that out. But what I can figure out is that a little while later, a few days later, Jeffrey Epstein gets an email. Now we know Kimball credits the meetup and says Boris and Epstein were responsible in some way for this. But now Jeffrey Epstein's being emailed about Jen's schedule. Is that Jennifer? I mean, it seems like it because Jen's schedule for the rest of the year, and it seems like the assistant has copy and pasted Jen's response because she says, Sue, these would be dates in November. And then starts saying, you know, she can go to New York. She says the 29th to the 7th, she's free. Kimball to New York. Then she says, Kimball, Jen, London. Kimball, Jen, London to Morocco, ? Then she has a break, and then it's Jen, Kimball, St. Bart's. Assuming we're not sick of each other by the end of November. Now, I can't figure out why is she running this schedule about when she's hanging out with Kimball, who Jeffrey set her up with. Like, why is she running this by Elon Musk? To be clear, I don't know. You know, there could be, I guess, innocent explanations for this. Maybe, I don't know. But all I see are constant, powerful people either being introed to girls, talking about the harem, talking about beautiful ladies, and the FBI, they can't figure it out. They have no evidence to even investigate third parties. Why? I guess because they're rich and powerful. Around the world, we're seeing resignations, we're seeing people lose their status. But here in the United States, we've got like multiple presidents in the files. We got the world's richest man in the files, several of the world's richest men in the files, and we just can't drum up any kind of evidence. It's just incredible to me. Now, I also want to talk about another rich and powerful person, and that is Peter Attia. He's a podcast bro, he's a longevity expert, and actually, funny enough, I read his book, and that's gonna come into play here in a second because, oh boy, did I get some additional context. But let's start here with something that Peter Attia sent Jeffrey Epstein. He says, subject, got a fresh shipment. And then Epstein responds, me too, and there's a completely redacted image. Is that a girl? Is this bad redactions? You know, we don't know, although we'll find out in a second because later Peter responded to this. But Peter says, please tell me you found that picture online. Jeffrey responds, got a fresh shipment. Afraid not. Peter responds, you know the biggest problem with becoming friends with you. The life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul. Why, Peter? Why can't you tell a soul? Why don't you tell us now? Now that it's all out in the open, why don't you tell us why you can't tell a soul the secrets or the life that Epstein leads? And then we get another redacted photo, right? And then some more images. And Peter says, please tell me that's not where you actually are. And Jeffrey says, you can see the gym in the middle, just me and 4. And Peter says, I think you might have a more interesting life than the Dos Equis guy. Is this off the coast of France? No, it's my island in the Caribbean near St. Thomas.
They want to suck. They literally want to suck Epstein's little donger. Do you think Epstein got to keep his skin on his egg-shaped dick?
If you go to the Google Earth and type in Little St. James, beautiful. Isn't that nice? Behind closed doors, it's beautiful. In public, you know, we'll hear about what a monster this guy is, right? But behind closed doors, when nobody's watching, oh, it's beautiful. There's some other stuff Peter Attia said, which I'm not going to get into. I don't think it's very, appropriate for medical professionals to be saying such things. But, this wasn't all business, right? This wasn't just doctor-patient kind of stuff. There's a lot of guy talk, a lot of banter between the fellas about ladies. And maybe that's why Peter Attia says that hopefully Jeffrey Epstein is in town when I'm back in 2 weeks. I go into Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal when I don't see him. So guys, these two were close. I mean, apparently so close that, Peter Attia goes into withdrawal when he doesn't see him. Peter Attia says, are you on island? Jeffrey Epstein says, P Beach, probably.
Are you on island?
Palm Beach. And he says, what do you do when you get there? Jeffrey Epstein, guess. Peter Attia, besides that, I mean, they're not even trying to hide it, guys. This is barely code at this point. What do you do? Guess. Well, besides that, Jeffrey, we know what you do, right? So it's so funny that the FBI's like, we don't know. We can't tell what's out there. We have
And there's definitely nothing to give us any reason to look further into this from any of these people. They're rich. What am I supposed to do?
No evidence, right? No evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties and then proceed to dump on us a ton of evidence. At least to investigate, right? I'm not saying these people are guilty. Obviously, all of them deny, don't admit, blame other people, say other people are responsible for everything. So that is taken as a given. I am not accusing anyone here. I'm just saying, seems like we got a few leads here, fellas. Some people to look at. Now, I want to address the fact that Peter Attia has actually responded to this whole debacle. He says the following email is what I sent my team last night. I sent a similar version to my patients as well. You put your trust, your credibility, your hard work, what we built together, and I take that responsibility seriously. You deserve a complete and honest account of what did and did not happen. I apologize. I did not get this out sooner. I wanted to be thorough. He says, I was not involved in any criminal activity. My interactions had nothing to do with his abuse or exploitation of anyone. I was never on his plane, never on his island, never present at any parties. That said, I apologize and regret putting myself in a position where emails, some of them embarrassing, tasteless, and indefensible, are now public. So it's this apology. He addresses some of the things, and he says that some of it's just banter, right? Like I said, it's just guy talk, whatever.
Locker room talk.
that means. He claims that his got a fresh shipment was in reference to a photograph of bottles of metformin, and then Jeffrey responded with a photograph of an adult woman. I responded with crude, tasteless banter. He says one line in that exchange about his life being outrageous and me not being able to tell anyone is being interpreted as awareness of wrongdoing. That's not how I meant it at all. What I was referring to poorly and flippantly was the discretion commanded by those socials and professional circles. The idea you don't talk about who you meet. I don't know, Peter. This seems like revisionist history.
Couldn't you just be like, no, I guess because he said he can't tell a soul. Yeah.
A little bit. I mean, personally, to me, as I'm viewing this, third hand, right? Just from the outsider perspective. Now, Peter says he did ask Jeffrey about his 2008 conviction because all this happened afterwards, right? He characterized it as prostitution-related charges. In 2018, I learned that this was grossly minimized. I was incredibly naive to believe him, and then later explains that in 2018, November, he read the Miami Herald investigative article, told him he needed to accept responsibility for what he did, and said he even asked Epstein to provide therapy to Epstein's victims, which is an interesting approach to have here. Now, the funny thing is, there are some more emails between Peter Attia that we need to read, because remember that he said he read this 2018 article from the Miami Herald. I believe it's this one by Julia K. Brown in November 28th. It's about Jeffrey Epstein assembling a large cult-like network of underage girls. But in December, Peter Attia says, home is very good, work stressful, making some changes. He asks him, what's the fallout from the recent story? Apparently talking about the Miami Herald. Now, maybe I just didn't see the emails, that where he was demanding accountability. I don't know what that's about. But Jeffrey Epstein says, same as usual, just tougher. Peter Attia says, legally, any change. Jeffrey Epstein, 0. So, I don't know. Maybe this whole you got to provide therapy to, these victims happened. I haven't seen it yet. I definitely could see it. But it's just kind of shocking. I just kind of don't buy it. Like the whole, is there any change legally? That more sounds like you're covering yourself. I mean, just to be honest. But maybe I could look past all of that if not for the thing we're about to see, which just in my mind is maybe the worst thing I've seen in the files. Not for its, explicitness, the amount of simping that people did for Jeffrey Epstein. Now they all say, oh, it was a personal mistake, blah, blah, blah. I regret it. I didn't look into it enough. But the level is just, you've never seen anything like it. So remember I said I read a book by Peter Attia. It was called Outlive, and he's supposed to be this doctor who knows a lot about longevity. So he writes it, and I picked it up because at the rate we're getting rid of these crimes, I need to live forever in order to try to stop some of these scams. But as I pick up this book, and one of the things in the book is Peter Attia kind of reflecting internally about how he's kind of been a bit, and I'm paraphrasing here, but a bit of a psycho in his life. And he needed to focus on family stuff. And so he it's almost a confessional of some embarrassing things in his life. And honestly, it comes off as very vulnerable, very self-reflective. He's this doctor telling other people what to do, but he's not a very good patient. That's kind of how it comes off. And one of the stories is awful. I won't go too much into it, but basically his son has this horrible medical emergency. It's described in this book like this. A few months ago, Tuesday, July 11th, 2017, that date is important. At 5:45 to be exact, I received a call from Jill, my wife. She was in an ambulance with our infant son. Now, again, I'm not going to get into the details here because, it's tragic, and I'm not trying to bring that into it. What is relevant is that Peter Attia talks about how he stayed in New York and didn't show up because he was, quote, busy with his important work. Even today, just thinking about what happened, I feel nauseous about my behavior. I can't believe I did that to my family. Now, at the time I read that and I was like, well, it's at least as good that you self-reflected on that. It's horrible, but yeah, you were a bit of a psycho. But what's crazy, now we find out some of the important work, it's a little unclear, but some of the important work may have been Jeffrey Epstein, which is just, oh, it's so dark to imagine. Remember, he says July 11th, 2017.
Wait, I'm sorry. His son had a cardiac... He missed... Her son was in the hospital and he missed going to the hospital to hang out with Jeffrey Epstein.
17 is when this all happened. And then he says he did not come home to San Diego until Friday the following week, 10 days later. So July 11, 2017, 2 days after this happens, he's talking to Jeffrey Epstein. And they seem to be coordinating about something. Sure, what time? Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't even know what to say. This is
dude, this is funny.
Out of pocket. I mean, there's no explanation for this. I mean, I didn't see this in the response from Peter. I mean, maybe he thinks he addresses it because he already admitted that was like scummy, but that is just. There's a reason that didn't make it in the book, is what I'm trying to say. I didn't see that in the book when I read it. I was actually, one of the things I needed to do, my important work was seeing or talking to Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, isn't that weird? Like, that's the simping that I'm talking
about. The apostles, oh my God. I need to have at least one verse dissing Paul to qualify as an apostle.
About is these people love this guy, or that's how it seems to me. Like, what are all these rich and powerful people doing, protecting him, missing emergencies for Jeffrey, fawning over Jeffrey?
Yeah, dude, he wants to Gluck Jeff. Oh no, Paul's got pizza. Paul's doing a pizza party.
Asking for Jeffrey's harem, saying their biggest problem is the life they lead is so outrageous they can't tell a soul. I mean, what is going on here? And
Miro head.
Is it true they all didn't know, right? Because, I'm reading these documents and it's hard to say who exactly knew what, when. But I don't believe, remember, they're all denying it. I don't believe nobody knew, right? Clearly, some people knew what was going on. And there's all this kind of coded language in the files where they talk about this stuff almost in like a nudge kind of way. I mean, here's some Woody Allen stuff. He was in the files. He says his business office, if you can make out the check to me, it looks very bad because then it looks like a gift to me. He says that to Epstein. He says, I don't want to be one of your women, or should I say, girls. And what's that? Oh, how do we, come on.
How else are you supposed to take that? I would be much more expensive than that. You wouldn't be able to afford me. Sent to Jeffrey Edwin Epstein iTunes at gmail.com.
Come on, guys. Woody says, I would be much more expensive than your girls. You wouldn't be able to afford me. Jeffrey responds, yes, the price to pay would be too high. Woody says, this will be a beautiful friendship. And then Jeffrey says, as long as I follow orders,
dude, Jeffrey.
Smiley face. Woody Allen sends a message saying Woody says the exact same thing, but in a dirtier way. Jeffrey responds, what did he say? Woody Allen, are you kidding? I can't put it in writing. I mean, no evidence, no evidence. Come on, I think I see a little bit of evidence. I'm squinting, but
Should we invite Woody, or is that too many pedos in one place?
I think I can see a little bit of evidence. I mean, guys, like Jeffrey Epstein right here.
I think pedophilia is plural.
He's talking to a guy. He says Paris with Woody, and the person responds for le pedophile convention, and Jeffrey says, I think pedophile is the plural. I mean, no evidence. I mean, is that no evidence? That's nothing. We don't even want to question these.
What do we mean? Dude, we've seen the pictures in his apartment. What? Fuck these emails. Look at the pictures inside his apartment.
People, there's no investigations going on. So, yeah, it's honestly really sad to see how, look, I'm not saying people around the world are having crazy consequences, but a few people are resigning, thank goodness. A few people are at least facing a little bit of scrutiny, but here Elon Musk lays out the playbook, apparently for our guys. We admit nothing, we deny everything, And we blame other people.
People
We
of the
push
internet,
the spotlight onto other people. And unfortunately, that's what you've seen the whole time from all the people in the files. You know, all of them say, oh, I was so happy these files came out. It's about shining accountability and justice for the victims, but I had nothing to do with it. Okay, so then where's the justice for the victims? So nobody, you know, all of you say somebody else had something to do with it, but everybody says nobody had anything to do with it. The FBI says they don't have any other, you know, investigations, any other kind of leads, despite the fact we have one of the procurers of the women just walking free, apparently, like no charges against him. Have we investigated him? I mean, it's just shocking how much the Epstein files show the powerful, how they protect their own, how so many of them knew what was going on, to the extent they found out later, a lot of them tried to protect Epstein, like literally make PR campaigns for his reputation. And this is a dark look at the state of the world, honestly, because Epstein happened a while ago, but the reason everyone cares is because there's other Epsteins around, right? There's other people evading accountability all the time. There's other people that this band of billionaires and power brokers and PR people, even lawmakers, they circle the wagons and protect their own to the point you can never get accountability for anything. So anyway, that's it. It's a hard look at the Epstein files, but it's one we needed to do. But I want to make the disclaimer once again that, look, I've tried to read people's individual denials where I could, but you should just assume everyone that we are talking about firmly denies any kind of criminal wrongdoing. They deny anything untowards about any kind of minors. And given the fact that our government doesn't seem to want to investigate anyone, I would just assume everybody here is completely clear. And so I want to get all those caveats in here because we are talking about some very powerful people with enormous means. And I don't want to be seen as I'm saying stuff. I'm reading the files. I'm giving my personal opinion. But ultimately, this is an indictment of our FBI and the people in power. And that's what I think the Epstein files have really shown us. This has been a long road. Can you believe it all started over here? And we have come all this way with all these files coming out. And it seems like the question is on the table. Are there going to be consequences?
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted?
Watch this guy.
Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein, and some of these men may have done horrible things.
Bro, these guys be working too hard for Epstein. It's crazy.
And if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak.
He's like, thank God for me. Photos can't talk, otherwise we'd be fucked, dude. Okay, I guess Savannah Guthrie's brother released a video now. Hold on, we gotta look at this.
In reaction to Trump RX in a moment, but we now
we'll give you our reaction to Trump QVC RX in a moment. But first, let's watch this fake video.
Fox News alert: Savannah Guthrie's brother Cameron just posted a video on Instagram moments ago.
I love that they're just posting on Instagram and shit.
Guthrie, I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you.
Is this a hostage video too? Bro.
We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out.
You gotta stop looking at your script, dog.
And we need a way.
Not that people don't write down things like this, but come on. Speak from the heart, dude. What are you doing?
To communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact.
Joining me.
This is all so weird. Prove to us that you have our mom. We're not paying you until then. Bro, just pay. How much are they asking for? What, $1 million? Get the government to give it to you. Have CNN pay for it.
Live from Tucson, Arizona is Paul Morrow, Fox News contributor, former NYPD inspector. Paul, The brother Cameron didn't speak much in that first video.
Yeah, I know. Everyone was like, what the fuck? They got him all jacked up on steroids or something. They were like, you have to release a video. Everyone thinks it's weird. Everyone thinks it's super fucking weird that you didn't post anything here. What's his name? Cameron? That's not him. Cameron Guthrie hostage video. There we go. Oh, what the fuck? Where's the video?
The Guthrie family, whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact. This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother.
Bro, this didn't help. This ain't helping, dog. This made it worse. This made us more right. Sorry.
You mentioned Peaky Blinders. I'm a huge Peaky Blinders fan. How excited are you to revisit that role?
Well, I'm doing it right now. That's what we're doing. It's strange. It's kind of familiar but different, if you know what I mean. We've got an amazing cast and amazing director.
The Peaky fucking Blinders.
And I'm very conscious that this is one for the fans. So, yeah, fingers crossed. I feel like it's going very well so far.
You mentioned Peaky Blinders. I'm a huge Peaky Blinders.
She meant Peaky fucking Blinders. Epstein files. Drafts expose Bill Gates. No.
So it's certainly something to hear him now. They know
these goofballs, they be doing way too much, bro. All right, let's watch this little 10-minute video about Saturn, and then we'll go to bed. And we'll do yoga tomorrow night. Maybe I'll pop in for an hour before yoga for a little stream action if anyone wants to hang. Twitch, I probably won't start Twitch tomorrow if I do go live early, so check the YouTubes. Or not tomorrow, I mean Saturday. If you want to come for... It's been kind of fun to do like an hour before and just fuck around and then do a little stretch. And then, because the next weekend I won't be able to do Saturday yoga, and I think I'm going to have to skip the Sunday show because I'm doing like it's like a weekend, like, advanced asana thing that's like most of Saturday and Sunday, so I think I might be kind of burnt out. But we'll see. I'll see, well, I won't know how burnt out I'll be until I do it on Saturday, but... I'll probably just take the day off. That's next Sunday, though, not this coming one. That's like Valentine's weekend or whatever. Okay, let's learn about Saturn and then go to bed.
Listen to that sound.
This is what they're controlling us with, bro.
That is not a soundtrack. That is the actual radio emission of Saturn screaming into the void. For centuries, we saw it as a jewel, the jewel of the solar system. A golden giant with a halo of light, floating peacefully in the dark.
I know I don't have to do the Saturday streams. What, you mean just adding on the thing before yoga? No, it's fine. I like it. I won't do it when I won't want to.
We called it beautiful, but beauty is the ultimate trap. Saturn is not peaceful. It is a violent colossus, a ball of hydrogen and helium spinning so fast that it flattens itself into the shape of a pumpkin.
Why that shit
It
look
is a
circled
world
then?
of impossible storms, of hexagon-shaped nightmares, and of a gravity so
Saturn Day, oh god.
So cruel, it rips entire moons apart to decorate itself. Welcome to the Lord of Chaos. Let's start with the crown, the rings. From Earth, they look like solid bands of pure gold, smooth, perfect.
That's stream racism. Okay, fine. I'll try and have them both running on Saturday. We'll see. I'll pull Twitch up for the stream portion, even if I do. You're right. It's classism. I won't do streamism.
Eternal.
You're right. I'm being ableist. I'm being stream ableist.
But if you were to fly inside them, you would find yourself in a grinder.
Dude, I would go to Saturn and I would fucking fight the shit out of it.
Rings are not solid. They are a chaotic blizzard of sharp ice and rock, ranging from the size of a grain of sand to the size of a mountain.
Dude, I'd go Super Saiyan on all this shit. Like Tyreek says, it's a fucking mess, dude, and they need to clean up their shit, honestly. It's a disaster mess.
Thousands of kilometers per hour, constantly colliding, shattering, and reforming.
Stream prejudice!
Imagine a storm of ice shrapnel that stretches for nearly 300,000 kilometers wide, but is razor thin. In some places, the rings are only 10 meters thick. It is a blade slicing through the darkness.
10 meters thick?
But where did this
What are you talking
violence come
about? How do you know that? You're a liar.
From? A murder. The prevailing theory is a tragedy. Long ago, a moon, perhaps as large as Titan, wandered too close to the planet. It crossed the Roche limit, the point of no return. Saturn's gravity grabbed the moon and ripped the crust from the core. It shredded a living world into trillions of icy fragments. The beautiful rings we admire today are not jewelry. They are the scattered guts of a dead moon. We are...
Yeah, how come all these moons aren't getting sucked into Saturn or whatever? Or are they?
Staring at a planetary graveyard. But the strangeness of Saturn goes deeper than its rings. Look at the...
Yeah, look at that shit. What the fuck, dude?
North Pole. Nature does not make straight lines. Fluid dynamics should create circles and spirals. Yet here, spinning forever, is a perfect geometry, a hexagon. This is not a symbol. It is a hurricane, a six-sided storm wide enough to swallow 4 Earths. The walls of this storm reach hundreds of kilometers deep into the planet's atmosphere. At the very center of the hexagon lies a massive vortex, a red spinning maw.
Bro, I would fucking launch right into the center of that thing and just bop. Just like the Death Star, dude. I'd fuck this shit up. I'd bring all the homies. I'd bring all you guys. I'd bring Frodo and Samwise Gamgee. I'd bring John Connor. I'd bring... Who else do we need to bring? That's probably all we need, honestly.
That looks like a rose made of hurricanes. It has been raging for decades.
Rosicrucians.
Perhaps centuries. A geometric scar that never heals. Staring unblinkingly.
Yeah, we'll bring Master Chief.
Into the void like a giant eye. And when Saturn...
Yeah, we'll bring Jon Snow and Sam Tarly. Fuck yeah, dude.
Gets angry.
We didn't talk about food at all today.
Entire planet changes. Every 30 Earth years, roughly 1 Saturnian year, a monster wakes.
I just realized they make us females wear bras because males are triggered by NERPs. Yeah, I think the men, they can't handle it. I say burn all bras. Unnecessary.
We call it the Great White Spot. This is a storm system so massive it wraps around the entire circumference of the planet. Imagine a thunderstorm that covers the...
What kind of food were you talking about, Mr. Bunny? I missed it.
Entire Earth, flashing with lightning 10,000 times stronger than anything on our worlds. It churns up distinct white clouds of ammonia ice from deep within the interior, turning the golden planet into a ghost. It is a reminder that beneath those calm bands of yellow clouds, there is a chaotic engine of heat and energy waiting to explode. Saturn is the king of a massive entourage with more than 140 moons, but one of them is an imposter. Titan. Titan is the...
Bro, creamy buffalo chicken dip over Fritos? That sounds fire.
Only moon in the solar system with a thick atmosphere. In fact, the air pressure here is higher than on Earth. If you stood on Titan, you would see rivers, lakes, and rain clouds. It looks startlingly like home. But do not be fooled. Titan is a twisted, toxic reflection of Earth. The rain is not water.
Yeah, don't worry. The NERPs only trigger the boys, not the men.
It is liquid methane and ethane, liquid natural gas falling from the sky in slow motion due to the low gravity.
Don't you just want to see beauty around the world, right? They're putting... It's like they're putting fucking scaffolding around perfect statues, right? For what?
The temperature is minus 179 degrees Celsius. If you jumped into a lake on Titan, you wouldn't just freeze, you would shatter like glass. And the ground, not sand. The massive dunes of Titan are dark hydrocarbon grains, essentially plastic, static-charged plastic dunes, hundreds of meters high, shifting in the alien wind. It is a world that mimics life, but is built from the ingredients of death.
Dude, Saturn is a little bitch, honestly. See, my gut reaction was always that Saturn was a little bitch, and it's jealous of Gaia because she doesn't wear a bra and she doesn't fucking care. She's got a killer bush. You know what I mean? And Saturn's over here, a little groiper incel. He's like with his little crystal ball, his little crystal dick eye, and he's like, "Hey, I don't like how much fun you're having over there." Yeah, the narrator keeps going back and forth between making it sound evil and making it sound cool. Exactly.
Further out lies a tiny bright ball of pure white ice.
More headlights is never bad.
Enceladus.
Yeah, dude, you gotta fucking shine light on shit.
For years, we thought it was
The world can only be improved with more beauty, for real.
Just a frozen rock, but then we saw the tiger stripes, long blue fractures at the South Pole, and from these scars it bleeds. Giant geysers of water vapor shoot hundreds of kilometers into space at supersonic speed. Saturn's gravity is kneading this tiny moon like a ball of dough, keeping its core warm. Beneath that thick...
Yeah, dude, Saturn is a groiper. Saturn's an incel groiper, we always been saying.
Frozen shell lies a global ocean of warm liquid water. It has salt, it has heat, it has organic molecules. In the...
You nux the nips? Nice, dude.
Deep, dark pressure of Enceladus, shielded from the vacuum of space, something might be swimming. We went to Saturn looking for gas and rock. We might leave, having found neighbors. But to learn these secrets, we had to...
The word glaciers is in the Epstein files 333 times.
Make a sacrifice. In 27...
You know, if Saturn's involved, you gotta be making a sacrifice, boys.
The Cassini spacecraft, our lone messenger at Saturn, was running out of fuel. To protect the pristine moons like Enceladus from contamination, NASA made a tough choice. They ordered Cassini to commit suicide. On its final...
Dude, if I had to hang out with Saturn, I'd commit suicide too. Honestly. No lie.
Orbit, Cassini dove straight into...
It is the most cucked planet. Exactly.
The atmosphere of the monster it had studied for 13 years. It fought to keep its antenna pointed at Earth, transmitting data until the very last second.
It says, it's just me and you out here? Fuck this. I'm jumping. Saturn side.
Saturn showed no mercy. The heat and pressure tore the robot.
Wait, drink. There's a new video from Nancy's son? Different than the one we just watched? Different than this?
We want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly.
We just watched this.
We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate.
Oh, I should take the footage and just make my own Saturn video. You're like, this thing is a cuck. It's jealous. It's jealous of Guy. Oh, so you are talking about this? I got excited. I was like, no way. There's another one? Dude, this is so fake.
So we can move forward.
I mean, it's a real video. This guy is just like a terrible actor. No, we can watch it right here. It's really short.
But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact. This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the
That's
Guthrie
how
family.
it ends, bro?
Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact. This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard...
Anyway, these guys are doing a lot of work. They're doing a lot of Erica Cuck work. Why aren't the police on this? Why are the Guthrie kids out doing this?
Anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward.
This wasn't the move, dude. I'm not sure why they're doing that. It's silly. Dave. Oh yeah, and besides the DMB Almanac, do you guys know about Dave tabs? It's literally just guitar tabs only for Dave Matthews. It has every single song that they play live and the tab for it. The best part about Dave is, for the most part, all of his songs are in standard tuning and they sound kind of hard, but they're actually pretty playable. Not all of them. Some of them are really hard, but they're fun to play. I feel like Dave Matthews is a pretty accessible guitarist if you're into learning songs. Yeah, look. It's all just Dave tabs. Perfect named website. You understand exactly what you're getting. Dancing Nancy's, you want to know how to play it? Play G, G flat, or F sharp, G. Okay. Where were we? Did we finish our video? Our space video? But yeah, I should steal this footage and then make... That would be pretty funny, just to start making my own David Attenborough, like, fake history videos. Fake Saturn video.
Apart, it melted, vaporized, and became part of the planet forever. Saturn feels eternal, but it is not. Even the rings are dying. Gravity is slowly pulling the rings down into the planet as ring rain. In 100 million years, a blink of an eye in cosmic time, the rings will be gone. Saturn will be just another lonely gas giant in the dark.
If you didn't hear me when I was walking away and they said that the Saturn is dying and the rings are going to disappear, I yelled good. And then also when we heard that Saturn's going to be alone in the dark, also good. I think Saturn deserves a little bit of this, so
look
get it to yourself, you little incel.
Look at it while you can. It is a temporary...
No thanks.
Masterpiece of gravity and violence, a beautiful trap.
Doesn't sound like Saturn's going to be the Lord of the Rings pretty soon. It's going to be the Lord of Nothing.
That lured us across the solar system, only to show us how small we really are. Saturn is the most beautiful thing in our sky, but remember, beauty can be deadly.
Subscribe. Alright, boys. We got to wrap it up. Here we go. Gone. Thanks for hanging. We'll see you for a minute on Saturday. Maybe we'll get cooking around 8:30. I don't know. We'll see. We'll do a little stretching at the end. Sunday, we'll be back at 6 for episode 369. I'm not sure what we'll do. We'll get esoteric with it. We won't look at any news, I promise. No Epstein. Okay. Thanks for hanging. Hope you had fun. I hope I had a good time, as Dave would say. Hope you did too. Okay. Okay. Alright, dudes. It's not time to breathe. Hold on. But it will be in a second. Fuck Saturn. Fuck ice. Agreed. Here we go. Get ready. Inhale now. Yeah, Tesla frequency. Esoteria. Exhale. We'll have fun. And a little John stream. Breathe in. Damn stream, fine. Breathe out. The truth beneath stillness. Begin by finding a comfortable seat or lying down, letting your hands rest gently, your eyes soften or close completely. Take a deep breath in and exhale slow. Let yourself arrive here. Let the noise, the questions, the patterns of the day dissolve into the background. Not denied, not pushed away, but allowed to be as they are and placed gently on the shelf for now. As you rest in your breath, notice a presence beneath it all, a stillness that doesn't move, yet holds everything. In a world of distortion and noise, of voices tugging and pulling, you've learned to listen deeper to the quiet voice inside you. That voice might not always be loud, it doesn't shout, but it doesn't lie. It's your tuning fork, your compass, and your friend till the end. Breathe into it now. Feel how that voice isn't just in your head, it lives in your bones, your gut, your skin, and your breath. And feel how, despite the chaos, despite the confusion, despite the illusion, you are still here, whole, unbroken, unshaken at your core, unbowed, unbent, uncucked. There is laughter beneath the lies. There's clarity behind the fog. And there is deep trust being reborn in yourself, in your people, and in the mystery. The veil thins, not to scare you, but to remind you you were never lost. You are part of something ancient and beautiful, a waking up, not a falling apart. So breathe that in now, deep, slow, sacred. Inhale. Feeling yourself rooted to the earth. And exhale. Feeling your awareness expand like stars in the night sky. And if you like, place your hand on your heart or your belly or both and remind yourself, I trust my path. I trust the light in me. I trust what I am becoming. Fuck yeah, dude. We're on a trajectory somewhere. It's gonna be sick. Let's end with one last breath together, wherever we are. Inhale. Hold. And exhale. You're safe. You're guided. You're glowing. I thought for a second it said plowing, which was hilarious, but you're glowing. Alright, boys. Have a good freaking night. Let's go. Let's do some freaking... Actually, no, wait, sorry. I want Paul to take his loss, please. Good night, Paul, you little bitch. See y'all on Saturday and little Sunday. Cooks will say I got a problem, but I don't. Good night, my little nitwitches.
Till you lost Paul Bell, showing all your little skin. Take your lost Paul, you can't go back to Tim.
Nope.
After yoga and my breath and the mushies.
Baby, if I'm lucky, then a couple try to
fuck me. I'm not basketball
player size, but I'm handsome.
Maybe Mendez will
follow me for ransom. Like Kathy, like Savannah Guthrie.
Job, something light, loving life, chilling with my headphones on. I asked Cat Dad
how much a ticket costs. Don't know.
Didn't answer, doesn't matter.
Still your daddy and your balls.
My mama, there's a healing
Paul's drama. Got a gene spirit and it take him to Nirvana.
Stacking commas, it be up because I'm drama. Not a drug, it's marijuana.
Cooks will say I got a problem.
Till you're lost, Paul. You can't come back from this. Till you're lost, Paul. And protect your chin. Till you're lost, Paul.
Why so, Paul? Why so, Paul? Be less, Paul. This a day, Paul. Take a L. Yesterday, Paul, go to hell, bitch. If you see me in some blue jeans, like me in a cell, Paul saw me in some blue jeans and squirted on himself.
Paul chilling on the couch,
chilling like JD Vance. If you really want to dance, Paul, now is your chance, Paul. You're a damn man, Paul. Let's have a damn standoff. It's not in your jeans, Paul. It's time to take your pants off. Take your pants off, Paul. Come on, take your pants off, Paul. Now, take your jean pants off, buddy. Take your jorts off, please. Take your jorts off. You're a never knew. Please take your pants off. Take your shorts off, please. Take them jeans off. Please, Polly Bolly, please take your pants off and jacket.
You can't go back to Tim.
No.
Oh no, no, no. You can't go back to
You're never gonna go back from this. Cause you're my little bitch. I love you, Paul. Alright, boys. We'll see you on frickin' Saturday. We'll see you on frickin' Sunday. 369. Damn, she fine. And have a good weekend. Okay. Thanks for being here. Appreciate y'all. One day we're gonna stream and we're gonna be like, the collapse is now. Go outside. It's gonna be sick. Until then, adios. Have a good night.